believe it's pronounced asthma. Just like super incorrect about it.
See where again?
Actually.
No.
Doesn't feel like a Tuesday, although that's probably because it was a holiday yesterday, so it felt like a Sunday.
All right. All right. Headphones are back on now.
Oh boy.
Hair is done up mostly. Maneater's leaving Game Pass. Oh no, whatever will I do?
Good
Never
thing I
that
already own it.
I was never interested in playing it anyway, but whatever.
It's surprisingly fun, but it's not what you expect because everyone always says, "Oh, it's GTA but with sharks." It's not. It's not anything. But it is a fun game, and it's goofy. If you go in with no expectations, you'll be pleasantly surprised. If you go in thinking it's another Rockstar game, you're gonna have a bad time.
Was it a Rockstar game?
Nope. But everyone kept comparing it, so people started assuming it was. It's not. It's also indie level and not like AAA, so comparing it to GTA is a bit of a disservice. You get some crazy shit though. I had a shark that was shooting lasers and rockets out, crunching people, that just jumped up on land and started gobbling people up.
Yeah, I remember you could do some ridiculous stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you can get basically the equivalent of stars, like GTA, and then keep killing enough people that instead of just the Coast Guard, they start calling the army in to take you out.
Bit rate is low for some reason, so I'm gonna check downloads in a second. We go. It's got the wrong. I updated the info. Why is it saying the wrong stream info on the link? Oh no. Did not save it? Stream info. Why is the. Oh my god. I hate you. Okay. It says it's right in the video, but the stream link says it's wrong. I don't know what's going on with that. Ah, bro. I wanted to do something else before we started, and I don't remember what it was. You were talking about Maneater, and I was like looking at stuff,
My bad.
and I tweeted, and what was I doing next?
You had talked about
I put my
fixing
hair
your
up. It's already
hair.
up. It's already up.
Yeah. You were looking at Game Pass and what was leaving, because that's what brought up Maneater.
I just saw it when I was going to tweet, so.
Oh. Um,
I don't remember
I don't
now.
think we had anything specific, at least not out loud. You might have had something on your mind that I unfortunately have no idea about.
Oh, the bit rate was bad. That was what it was.
That's right.
Yes. I gotta fix that.
You said you were going to check downloads. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when stuff starts downloading on its own, I have a automated system to do updates for things.
Mm. Yeah, I have a few of those, but then every now and then they forget to do their
Error
stuff.
open. What? Oh, that may be why. Okay, I think I know why it happened. What's wrong with this file?
I'll never tell.
I'll never tell.
It's a
'Cause
secret
there's
to
nothing to tell.
And then the podcast just ends. There's nothing to talk about. Goodbye.
Oh, you've never seen that episode of Buffy?
It's been a while since I've seen the series, so
You've never seen Once More with Feeling?
Is that like one where they all break out in the song like a musical
Yeah.
the whole time? Yeah, I remember bits and pieces.
They'll never
But it
tell
starts to
because
get mixed up.
it's the one between Xander and his girlfriend who was the demon or whatever. Spoilers
Mhm.
for season like what 3, 4? I don't even know.
I cannot believe you're spoiling a 25-year-old show for me. How dare you?
Watch the movie too. It's good. Not the one with Sarah Michelle Gellar, the regular Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie.
Which
Quality
one, the
memes.
animated or the live
No,
action?
the live action one. The one
Okay.
from like the 80s.
It's hard.
Oh,
There's so many. I mean, this series has been dormant for kind of a while now, but there's so many things to that series. Doesn't
oh,
it take
it
place in the same universe as like Sabrina, the Teenage Witch, and all that?
possibly. I don't know. They might have done a crossover. I don't remember them doing a
I
crossover though.
feel like they have a
Okay, can
weird
I dock it up
in-universe.
here?
Like I think Riverdale also took place there or something.
Yeah, but she's in
I don't remember.
California. I don't remember where in California, but it's been a while.
Mm,
But anyway, I'm hitting the button to switch over to actual podcasting and new, fancy, and craziness. Check it out. Justin's here in
howdy,
picture
howdy. I
form, at
don't sound like I'm
least.
dying.
He's in picture form,
And I
and
sound
I'm here in
better.
video form because I've got con stuff to show off later. So, welcome to the
I'm
Port Bakers
unfortunately not cool
podcast.
enough.
Oh, you know, con stuff for you. Yeah, I didn't get. I'm not like congested or anything, or didn't seem to get sick. So
That's good. I hope it stays that way.
yeah,
The worst part about conventions.
masks. Yeah, I was using masks, little hand sanitizer.
Glad to
I
hear it.
cleaned all my cash. I tried to pay in exact cash.
Very smart. Actually, I wouldn't think that far ahead until I get to that moment and think, shit.
Yeah, paying in having small bills and stuff, so you don't have to have a lot of change for people
Mm.
really helps. But I can get into that because we actually do vendor stuff on Friday, but that'll be later, and it'll be lots of fun to talk about. I'm sure people will enjoy it. Let's get into it. Day after we finished last week.
Mhm.
The PlayStation Showcase happened, and depending on who you believe, I'm gonna be honest with you, will depend on how much you actually liked it. For the
Yeah, if
most
you
part,
listen to all
it was
the
underwhelming.
leakers,
Well, it had been what? Someone said it was like 600 days before since the last one they
since
did.
yeah, because they skipped last year. Um,
Like they still
so
announced game. To be fair, they still announced games. They just didn't do a
yeah,
big showcase like this year. So I
yeah,
feel like
they did no
expectations were
E3
extra.
equivalent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
expectations were extra high because of that.
yeah, which whether you like it or not, is kind of something you create when you cultivate, as a lot of them say, the high tier, expensive fan base. A lot of the reason I think people were disappointed is they're like, PlayStation always has the bangers, so I'm expecting that. Whereas recently with Xbox, people were like, I hope good stuff shows up. But it's not like the expectation, the way a lot of people feel for Sony. At
So
least that's how it
I'm
looks.
gonna go over some of the key announcements that I noticed that were actually something that I actually cared about. The game they
Mm.
opened with, Fair Games, was basically forgettable. Um, it if any like it was all CG. There's a lot of CG. There was
A
not a lot
lot
of
in that
actual
showcase.
gameplay. Like you open with this game, it's like check out this game. It's coming. Okay, what's the game like? Oh, it's all CG. We're not going to see gameplay at all.
Yeah, someone, I think it was Pyro that was tweeting earlier, is like, you gotta show only gameplay like this one, and he showed something that had no gameplay and was vaporware. It was the what is it, Phantom Zero or whatever?
Phantom Blade Zero.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And not to make fun of the
yeah.
game, it looks cool, but that they said has been in development for a year, and if it looks like that, it's definitely showcasing something. It's not live gameplay. It's
Yeah,
it's very
it
scripted.
didn't look um the way like movements were. I don't like. How would you deflect two swords like that in the game? Like, if it's not just like a
Yeah.
button press, how would you do that? Well, you just
Well, exactly.
mash,
It
mash, mash,
looked
mash,
like
mash. Like that's no fun. Like
yeah, it
then
looked
you,
like a QTE almost with the stuff hidden.
yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
So there was that one. Cat Quest, a new Cat Quest. It looked
that was
cute.
cute. Yeah.
Cat Quest is always cute though. I think
Oh,
was it a
definitely.
mobile game originally? trying to remember.
I think it started that way, or maybe it was only on the Switch and I'm conflating the two
Was
by
it?
accident.
Or maybe it was a 3DS game or something. I don't know. I've seen Cat Quest before, and they always look pretty cute. So
Oh yeah.
uh, that was a good one. Our Lord and Savior Foam Stars.
Yes.
That is totally not a ripoff of Splatoon.
Of course not. Square Enix is 100% original. Only bangers every time.
That
Oh,
one is also a PlayStation exclusive for some reason.
which is crazy because the game is going to need everyone who's ever
Yeah.
cared about it, or the servers are dead.
Have they not learned? Like, unless your
No.
name is Nintendo, like,
Yeah.
unless you're Nintendo, you can't get away with releasing on one platform, in my opinion.
Yeah, and
Um,
it's getting harder for even Nintendo to do that. People are almost starting to wake up for that. Almost.
almost. They're doing their thing. So, Foam Stars, which also we saw, if there was any gameplay, it didn't look very realistic, but
Yeah, I couldn't tell what was gameplay and what was CGI, which sounds like a compliment, but it's not. It
the
means I can't
character
genuinely tell what's going on.
so that's the meme going on is as we're repping Foam Stars because clearly it's the best that Square Enix can do, but it's not
Yes. Top tier. I
up
believe
to.
4K is making pictures for everyone. So
Yeah,
if anyone's ever interested, shout
yeah,
out to him. Try to get a hold of him.
yeah. Get your own. Mine is
Uh,
glorious. I don't even
I
care what
got
anyone
the
says.
minigun guy.
I just absolutely love them. He sends me two, and I'm like, oh man, these are both good.
Yeah. Uh, I
I'm
think it was
like,
actually because Sixers was the one that was jokingly repping it, and then he made a picture for him. And it was everyone was like, "Well, now I have to help rep this stupid game."
I bet you
Uh,
it still won't matter.
oh, of course not.
Well, maybe they'll actually put it on an Xbox, and maybe it'll actually be good. If it's a full price release, I have a feeling it's gonna have a very hard time in the market. If
Yeah,
it's free to
especially as an
play,
exclusive.
maybe yeah, that's the thing. Like maybe it can get by.
But it'll depend how heavily they monetize it. Like, think of the
Mhm.
Chocobo Grand Prix that came out.
Yep.
Fantastic original game, uh, sent to die and did die because of the crazy monetization and awful practices Square put and chopped the gameplay up. So even though that one was free to play, it died very quickly.
Yeah.
So here's
Uh,
hoping it's cool.
just a
I'd love
quick
to learn
aside
about it.
while we're kind of transitioning to things here. There's no new footage this week because I was at a con all weekend. And I was getting ready Thursday night, so most of my
Yeah,
time last week was spent getting ready to go. So it's last week's footage. So don't don't
but now
don't panic if you've seen it before.
you have a cool face in the corner and an entire moving human being. It's like
Oh, you didn't
VTubing,
notice the
but
background.
more realistic. Where?
Okay.
Oh, why
Do
does
you
that
know
look
where
so
that
familiar?
is?
Is that Loop 8?
Nope.
Is it Mega Man?
Nope. I can
Why
put it
does
on
that look
top.
so
I'm gonna put
familiar?
it on top for a second. Hold on.
All right.
Do you know
Why
what it
would
is
it
now?
almost it reminds me of Conception.
No, it's from a
Um,
game, and it's supposed to be. It's
Conception's a game. Oh, it
yeah.
is an anime too, now that I think about it. I played it on the 3DS. That's how I first learned. It was not what I thought it was when I bought it, I'm gonna be honest.
Um,
uh,
this is a game that is not an Xbox, but heavily references Xbox.
oh wait, is it Neptunia?
Yeah, it's Leanbox. The
Oh,
place
dude, I
changes
haven't
all the
seen
time.
Lean Box in so long.
Yeah. Oh, I think the video just had a crap.
Oh,
It just crapped itself. What?
it's on your boy too. He's about
Oh,
to
it just
chug that
stopped.
lava.
What? Hold on. Something weird's going on here with the video. Uh-oh.
The fear in your eyes too, as you're like, oh
Is the
no.
stream dead?
No, I'm still watching it. You're the only thing moving now,
Okay.
but
Oh, now I'm not moving. All right, it seems to
oh,
have
nope, now
froze.
you are.
It seems to have froze. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right.
Oh,
I
there
don't
we
know
go.
what
Now it's
happened
with
there. Something
Suppleland.
weird happened there, and it wasn't working. So whatever. We're okay. just looking at stuff. All right, that's done. We've now identified that I've grabbed the lean box. I have a nighttime lean box. It's a little different than this one that I might use later, depending. But I like this one. It's got
Yeah,
that
gotta set the
Xbox.
mood.
Yeah, gotta set the mood. Gotta pray. We need Neptune on Xbox.
I would
Needs to
love some
happen.
of the Neptunia games.
Yeah. Plucky's Quest was the one. I think that was one that came directly after.
The Cat Quest one, I think.
No, it came directly after Foam Stars. Was Plucky's Quest.
It might have been. I remember being excited seeing that, and I think the group chat was pretty excited too, because we were all watching and talking together in that, um, which was
Yeah.
surprisingly hilarious. And yeah, there was actually some good reception for that one. It looked pretty cool.
Yeah. Plucky's Quest, you could like go in and out of um, if like the pedestrian sort of, where you go in
Kinda,
and out
yeah.
of sides and your reality and like side scrolling on things that existed in the world.
Yeah, it reminded me of The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, where he just kind of jumps onto a wall and sticks. It looked like he was doing that, but like jumping in and out of books. So that looked cute.
Yeah. It was definitely interesting. There was a bunch
This
of
guy.
other that guy. There was a bunch of other games announced, and they kind of all blur to me.
Hmm.
Now there were other ones announced, but I want to leave them to the end because they are not exclusive, and maybe
Which
not
was
not
most of the
exclusive.
showcase, surprisingly.
Yeah, there was only a few that were exclusive, which is surprising because PlayStation usually likes to present everything as it's only for them. They showed Final
Yeah,
Fantasy 16 again. We've already seen it a bunch. I know it's coming
yeah.
soon, but
It does seem weird.
yeah.
It just
Then
to focus so big on it.
so I'm gonna skip the really cool announcements, but we're gonna get back to them afterwards, and then we're gonna go straight into
Should
the
we
thing
do
that made.
the?
I'm gonna go straight into the things that made no sense in this thing. That if Microsoft had done, actually got them skewered. So let's start.
Yeah.
The PSQ, I believe it is called, a in-house streaming device for your PS5.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it's streaming. It's specifically remote play.
Yeah, well,
Like
it's
you have to
in-house
own a
streaming.
PS5. Well, yeah. I only say that specifically because
They call
it's
it
not
remote
like
play. Yeah.
yeah, it's not like you can stream it from anywhere. You have to be able to remotely play it from your PlayStation 5. It's weird.
That is weird. And the PlayStation earbuds. No
Yes, it gave me
latency,
huge Apple vibes.
immersive, and oh my god. Yeah. Reinventing the wheel on those ones. I'm not saying that Sony can't make good headphones, because they totally can. They make good
Yeah.
electronics. I'm honestly surprised it's taken them this long to make. Well, they've made their own peripherals for a while, but to make like quality one has been kind
Yeah.
of
The
strange.
earbuds in general is weird to me too, because they make high quality headphones, but earbuds are usually for convenience and less for long time use because they're not as comfortable, and mics are hard to work with them. So it just seemed like a weird choice.
They're cool. Like they make good earbuds, but most of them are like big. I'm kind of wondering how much they're gonna cost. Because the
Hmm.
thing is, like the PlayStation headphones are like $100-ish.
Yeah.
If you've ever tried to use a pair of Bluetooth headphones on the Switch, then you'll know exactly why um it's not a good idea to use Bluetooth headphones. So they have to use a different protocol.
Hmm.
You get like they don't sync well. Like even if you're listening to something on a pair of Bluetooth headphones on like your phone, you'll be back. If you're watching something, it's not so bad. If you're playing a game, it is terrible. There is
Yeah.
delay. Don't let anyone make you believe otherwise. There are other protocols that are much faster than Bluetooth.
Hmm.
So
Oh my god, that guy's Naruto running.
yeah, there's a lot
Sorry,
of
I got
Naruto
distracted.
in it. Um, they showed off the Gran Turismo movie trailer.
Yes, that actually made me stop and laugh. I
I
could not
couldn't.
believe.
Yeah, yeah. that was the joke. I remember Jamie was saying something about it, and I go, "You heard of TV, 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 but here's movie, 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 movie." Like what?
Yeah,
It's
it'd be one thing if they were already in the middle of banger after banger, but it felt like, they're like, here's weird obscure indie, here's some multiplats, here's a game that's dead on arrival, and now here's what you've been waiting for,
there were
a
more than one
trailer
game
for a
that I think are
movie.
dead in arrival.
Oh yeah, there
Marathon
was at
seems
least
like
three.
it's dead on arrival.
I don't know if I'd say Marathon is. That
Oh,
one's
it's PvP
multi-plat
only.
everywhere.
There's
Well,
no
yeah,
story mode.
but
It's PvP only. Like
but
it'll have its fans, but I don't think it's not gonna do banger numbers like Destiny, I
oh, I
don't
don't think
think.
it'll be banger numbers, but I wouldn't say it's dead on arrival. Things like Foam Stars and the heist game,
Oh, Fair
that I keep
Games.
forgetting the name of. Yes,
It's because
those
it has
two,
the cat. It's a
unfortunately.
cash sign for the S, by the way.
Yeah, it's like fair game money. Um, yeah, those feel like dead on arrival because they're not getting hype. People are joking about them consistently. They're already better versions of what they're trying to be out there.
I
It's
mean,
just
foam
weird.
stars could be good. It looks like there's a sort of like the foam can actually go vertical, so you
Hmm.
can kind of build cover. Like it could
Yeah,
be good. It's just, will it actually be good?
yeah, especially because
The
it's
song for
a
foam
Square
stars
game.
was pretty good. Like
Yeah,
the thing is that used to not be a bad thing. Like Square making a game was not a bad thing for
true,
a very
but
long
when I
time.
think of multiplayer, I don't think of Square in general.
Nope.
Like, if I think good is single player experience, there was a time when Square was like, I'd hear that name, I'm like synonymous with it. That's great. These days, I'm not against it, but it's more like, I hope this turns out well. But with multiplayer, unfortunately, it's like, no, please, someone else. I've had so little
Uh,
good experience with their multiplayer experiences.
yeah, it's been a mess. So they ended off the showcase with Spider-Man 2. And
Yeah.
I didn't play the first one. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but from my interpretation of what I saw, Spider-Man seems to be a game that is like an interactive movie. So they just made Dragon's Lair, but full 3D. I know there's
Kind
like
of.
that's what that whole sequence looked like to me. It's like, oh, do this, and I'm like, it's just Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, as someone that played the original, there was a little gameplay during the fighting, but it was not the focus. It was toned down. I loved the original, but I wanted less of the cinematic stuff and more of the gameplay. Unfortunately, it looks like they're doing the opposite. They're leaning much more into the cinematic stuff, which, it has its audience, but it was one of the few Sony games that I was like, nice. I can play the gameplay and enjoy it instead of just watching a movie. Less so with this one, it looks like.
Now, the last okay, I don't probably played other Spider-Man games, but the last one that left like a lasting impression on me was the one from the PlayStation 1, the original Spider-Man game of the PlayStation 1. And
Oh,
that
I
was like
played it on
mostly
GameCube. I love that game.
was it the same one? I don't know.
The Sam Raimi one?
No. This one had like Stanley did all the narration for it. It was on the original
Oh,
PlayStation.
that sounds
It,
cool.
it's a I've tried to play it later, but it's honestly a little bit it's a PlayStation 1 game. They don't age the
Yeah,
best, but
yeah,
there are
it's
definitely
unfortunate going
aspects of it
back to
that are
that
really
stuff.
good.
Hmm. I assume the swinging was fun.
Yeah, you could web swing, like the city was all foamed over. You could like make web fist fills, I guess, is how you describe
Yeah,
them.
I remember doing that in Spider-Man 1 too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, so you could like have like web fist things and beat people up and tie up the thugs and it was a
Stick them to
fun game.
walls.
But I'm not gonna say that the best part of the game was the cinematics because it wasn't, and that seems to be what the new one's going for. So it kind of missed me with that.
Yeah, it's frustrating to see newer games that only go for the cinematics too, because if there's one thing that needs to age well, it's the gameplay. Cinematics, if a game plays well from 30 years ago, I don't care if the cinematics are bad. I can joke about them later, but I can enjoy the gameplay. If the gameplay sucks, I'm not going back to an old game because it had cool cutscenes. I'm just not going to play it again. For games at least.
Yeah, for game.
That's what I
For
do.
games.
Yeah, I'll go
This
back
thing
to
that I'm
old games if the
surrounded by at all
gameplay's great.
times.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Spider-Man 2, I know I'm not the target audience for it. I'm sure there's someone out there who wet their pants looking at it, but
um.
honestly,
Oh.
also I want to point out one thing. They kept calling they calling the guy Genki, but that's not how you spell
Mhm.
Genki. It's an I.
Now,
Genki.
now I got one for you though. Do you have a clip of Venom Suit talking that you could play?
Candy?
Because
No.
okay, because I want everyone to take a watch of that real quick and then picture one person. It's Matt Pat. The voice is just Matt Pat.
It's just Matt Pat.
It's just a game theory here, but I heard that and someone showed me a picture of Matt Pat, and I not only can't unhear it, it sounds like that's what they're trying to do. Like the edgy teenage, angst
Yeah, but
angle
the
that they're
thing is
going
that
through.
Matt Pat isn't that edgy.
I
He's
know,
like
that's what's so
embraced the
funny to me.
he's embraced the dad life at this point. And
Yeah.
I honestly find him super endearing now.
Oh,
I know he
definitely.
was insufferable at certain points, but
Yeah.
like
That's
Matt
how I
Pat
was with
now is
him.
just like
Yeah.
I
He
relate
went
to him
from
a lot.
the FNAF smug kind of guy to like very wholesome dad energy, which I can appreciate.
Yeah. Oh, did you see his video where he's like, "Yeah, so I ended up playing on the PGA Tour."
I didn't see that. That's
I'm not
awesome.
kidding. He did. It's hilarious. I was like,
Oh
"Holy
my
crap!"
God.
Yeah.
Oh, full dad energy.
Well, well, he never played golf before ever, so I'm just like, "Oh man, oh
I
man."
see you getting achievement after achievement in this game too. They just keep popping.
Superland's decent for it, but I kind of stuck at a spot and I haven't really gone back to it. I came back and I started playing Star Ocean because I, spoilers, bought another Star Ocean.
Although there is something that just reminded me of with the getting achievements. There's a rumor that as of May they've changed for Xbox how achievements work for games with submitting them because they don't want people to keep getting 5 minute easy achievements for 1,000 G. So I don't know if that's going to change how games are submitted or what's affected because there's already been a couple games in May that are still similar to that. Like I don't know how hard they're going to enforce that, but
Well, the thing is, I don't think that getting a bunch of achievements fast is a problem. I think making a game that's like, stand here for 10 minutes and you get 1,000 gamer score
yeah.
is just,
I can see both sides though, because your achievements do get you a bonus. Like I just got the Ultimate Edition of Diablo today, and because of my gamer score, I get 8% back. Now that was cultivated over a long time with Microsoft. It's not like I just played a bunch of crap. But if you have these accounts that can just farm up gamer score quick to get a lot of money off, and then you make multiple purchases across them, I could see how people would try to take advantage of that. I don't think that's the problem or even why they're doing it, but I could definitely see
I think the
the
problem is
worry.
that these games are getting like a lot of, the thing is, you play a game like Ravenlock in
Mhm.
particular, and Ravenlock, you can get all the achievements in like 3-4 hours. I don't think a game like
Yeah.
that should be not allowed.
Oh, definitely not, because it's doing what it was set out to do. It was
Yeah,
a short indie game that was
if
fun.
it's a game where you go in, you put the controller down and get 1,000 gamer score, then that's a problem. Okay, we're getting
Yeah,
off
or you.
topic.
Yeah, sorry.
We were talking about Spider-Man 2, and then Ratchet and Clank got announced today with a PC port of Rift Apart.
Yeah, which is weird that it was
Why
announced today
wasn't that at the
because
showcase?
exactly. I get that it's not technically for PlayStation, it's more for PC, but it's a PlayStation game. Like they showed a movie trailer. That's not coming to
Yeah,
PlayStation.
it's what I mean. If your definition of PlayStation game goes as far as a movie trailer, I think a PC port of a game is
Yeah.
not.
And it would have gotten some hype. I'm not saying
Summer
there's
Game
huge Sony
Fest?
fans
I
would
don't
have.
know, man.
I don't. It doesn't feel like it's big
This
enough for
is
Summer
this.
Game Fest.
I think this is BS. I think this is just someone decided that doing it this way would have been crazy. Like you could have opened with like you could have had your fair games thing and been like, and here's some of our great games coming to PC, keeping our promise or whatever, instead of just
Exactly.
basically stealing Phil Spencer's um speech. Did anyone else notice that?
Yeah. No, definitely. And it was hilarious because Jim Ryan seemed really fake about it. He just came off as like impersonating Phil instead of actually
Yeah.
just
The,
saying what he
okay,
felt was
as
right.
long as I'm not the only one, because I was like, because he kept saying the exact same things that like Phil would say. I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, like I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when people joke and say like Microsoft does something and gets bashed, then Sony does it and gets praised, it's hard to disagree when you see stuff like this. And obviously, it's not going as well for Sony this
Tracker's
time, but
not
like,
wrong. He's not
yeah.
wrong. Stealing ideas from other gaming. PS stealing gaming ideas from other. Ah,
What do you mean? What are you trying
yeah,
to say?
other
Foam
companies. That's
Stars,
new.
the exclusive, is not original? Are you trying to say the
It'll wash
PlayStation
away the
gamepad is
sin.
not is not original? Uh, yeah, it was definitely weird with how many games were based on other games that were shown at the showcase
Yes,
for
that
people
was
to
the
be
other
saying
thing.
stuff.
Because I watched it with my girlfriend, and she was saying that there was nothing new. A lot of the stuff was just rehashed things, copies of
Yeah,
something else. It wasn't anything kind of impressive, and stuff that was kind of new was overshadowed by stuff that was much more much more interesting.
yeah.
So yeah,
Like the VR stuff too. People just blew right past that. Although Arizona Sunshine 2, which I had called with Waffle, we were like, "Yay!" That was interesting, but it was so overshadowed by other crap that most people don't remember it, and I can't blame them. It's not an innovative, crazy new game, but it was a sequel
actually
to an interesting game.
I honestly thought that Arizona Sunshine 2 was just a Dead Island 2 mod for VR, basically, when I saw it.
It reminded me of the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners thing, and I
No,
couldn't tell if they were trying to do something in there.
but it looked like you see what I mean though. It had that same kind of energy that Dead Island 2 had in its
Yeah,
advertisement.
that's the kind of energy the game had in general with the first one, where it's just like,
I'm not saying that it didn't. It's just it's got
oh
this
yeah,
energy and it just looked like another game that came out and that might suffer for it. Oh man, it happened already. I called it in chat when they showed off Crossfire for PlayStation. I'm like,
yes.
Crossfire suddenly is a banger, and then I saw
Well,
PlayStation fanboys happy for it, and I'm like, you're kidding me,
that
dude!
was
It's
the
been a
thing. Like,
week.
I agree with Draco, who just said in the chat I was able to basically predict everything. It's unfortunate how many times we were able to jokingly say something and then go, "No way, it's actually real. This is what's happening."
I
It's
think
one
we were
thing to
pretty
be
spot
like,
on last week too when we talked about it. We're like, I don't
yeah,
think there's
like the
much new.
predictions.
Yeah,
Well,
there
that's the
wasn't
thing I
much
felt
new.
bad about. I even said like, besides Spider-Man, or maybe they'll show off like a Wolverine, still or something, because it's not ready. I don't know what they could show off. I don't think it'll have a lot of AAAs. I didn't think I'd be as right as I was, because I jokingly said before the showcase when we were all talking in the group chat, I was like, wouldn't it be crazy though if they had only multiplats today? I know it's Sony, they'll never do it, but what if this showcase is fun for us because there's a lot of multiplats? And then there was, and I was joking. I was
Yeah.
not
Oh
expecting it.
man, the huge the Microsoft big brain with
Yeah.
the oh man, what a great looking bunch.
Yeah.
Now I
Oh,
did
no,
kind
my
of
favorite.
skim
Oh,
over
go on.
them.
Sorry.
The other games that people were going on about were Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. It was Delta, is that symbol?
Yes, for the that remake, they announced
Yeah.
the other one too. The
Yeah,
Collections
the
Volume One.
Master Collections Volume 1. Now,
Yeah.
Master Collections Volume 1 is okay, but what's going to be in Master Collections Volume 2?
Well, that's what's interesting.
Also,
By
why are you starting
specifying Volume
with
One,
the middle of the series, basically?
I think they're trying to go with the heavy hitters to start to get people interested before they start releasing the obscure and the weird shit. Because they
Well, I
did say they
mean,
got all
why
the
wouldn't
original
you
voice
have
actors.
chronological order? Then it should have been. Then you should have started with 3.
Well, it depends which kind of chronological you're talking. Do you mean like releases, or do you mean game
If you're talking like
timeline?
gameplay order, then the first game should have been
Five,
5.
technically?
Five's already out. I don't think five's
Yeah, or
getting up
Phantom Zeros technically, and then five.
timeline wise. Uh,
See that one's hard, especially because what do they have that
Metal
they can
Gear
get the
3,
original voices
Snake
for?
Eater. That's the thing.
Yeah,
We're talking about the Master Collection, right? So 1, 2, and 3, it's like they're releasing the ones that were most popular. It just makes me
yeah,
wonder because didn't Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance come with Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake?
yes,
I can't. It's so hard to remember which ones have which in it because there's so
yeah.
many versions of them.
And they're so weird, like how they do the timeline and everything too. So like you end up mixing stuff up with other games because things start to swap and make sense in different ways.
Hmm. So yeah,
It'll be interesting.
Volume 1. If you didn't see, was Metal Gear Solid 1, which is the first time it has left the PlayStation 1.
But there's another big question. Remember when Kojima left Konami? Everyone hated Konami. They said they'll never buy their games, never play them. You know, with Metal Gear Survive, they're like, it's not the same without Kojima. We're
Metal Gear
never
Survive was
playing.
garbage. It's literally trash.
For
That they
for what it was, I enjoyed it. If it wasn't a Metal Gear game, it would have been great. It was a fun survival game. It didn't make sense to be a Metal Gear game, and I know why they attached it. They were like, we got to use this IP. It's worth gold. But
Yeah, but
it's
you
not.
just
Just
ruined it. But yeah,
yeah. I enjoyed it for what it was, though, and ironically, I wasn't the only one, even in the group chat.
I'm not saying
Uh,
that you shouldn't like Metal Gear Survive. It had a lot of problems. It's not a Metal Gear
yeah,
game, and if
I
it was
agree
called
completely on
something
that.
else, it'd be much better. But the thing
Hmm.
is that there are Metal Gear games that are beloved that were not made by Kojima.
That's what people forget, like Revengeance.
A vengeance. Now,
And that game's
that's the thing.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, are they gonna? We can get a modern port of Revengeance.
That'd be great. I know we can play it backwards compatibility wise, which is
It's a
also
little
great,
rough.
but
Oh, Revengeance is a
yeah,
great game. I actually beat it for like the first time ever last year.
nice.
I want to say I had to put it on easy though because I'm not that good at it. I had to fight with the
Yeah,
controls.
as long as you have
Just
fun, that's all that matters.
oh man, the memes were great.
I like that the plot is memes too. It's not even just like, hey, why are you memeing the game? It's like, no, 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 memes. That's it.
That's the game.
It's the
The game
focus.
is literally about memes. There's a huge.
Ugh.
I love it.
If if anyone
Absolutely.
needs a fun, quick summary of that game, watch Maxor's video. Um, that is a fantastic showing. With lots of jokes and insane editing. And I would definitely recommend him in general, but that video specifically is great. Um, what was I gonna say though? For the Metal Gear Solid stuff, when they were saying, like, oh, we'll never play it again because it's not Kojima, I haven't seen any talk of that at all. Like people have immediately forgotten already
I didn't
that.
forget
Oh
per
no, I don't mean
se.
you. I mean like the media,
I know
quote
exactly what
unquote.
you're saying. There's a bunch of people like, oh, what
Yeah.
they did to Kojima, and what they did to Kojima was awful. I'm
Oh,
not going
totally
to.
agree.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm never going to sugarcoat it. But
Yeah.
like Metal Gear 5 is kind of a mess.
Yeah.
It never really. It just ends in the middle. It's
Like the
never going to get
gameplay is great,
finished.
but the story, it's not
It's
fully there.
yeah, it's never going to get finished. It's not going to get that 3 hour cutscene that's going to fix everything.
Oh, the
That's the
Holy
next
Grail
question.
cutscene.
Does Metal Gear Solid 4 finally get a port? Do we get to see the Guns of the Patriots on something other than the PS3? I
I
know
want to
why it's
believe.
I know why it's not on the 360 because technically that game was built only for the PS3.
Yeah,
It will be called
which
Volume
sucks
2.
because
Okay, what else is going to be in Volume 2? What is your predictions? I'm curious. What do you guys think?
personally, I would love to see the more weird and obscure games in that one, like you were talking about earlier with Metal Gear Acid. I'd love to see even like Portable Ops and the
Portable
goofier
Ops
stuff.
was Portable Ops was okay. It's pretty short.
Sorry about that. Oh yeah,
But yeah,
apologies.
Metal Gear Acid is definitely a game that needs to come back from the dead, in my opinion,
Yeah,
because it's
I would
just
like to
so
see
weird.
the
And
yeah the less successful ones, the creative ones.
Metal Gear Acid 2 is like this perfect encapsulating. It's like a celebration of everything Kojima rather than just like everything Metal Gear, which is why
Hmm.
I'm a
Like if
little
Konami
weirded
will
out.
actually do that.
Yeah, I am. If you
Yeah.
don't know, there's like different packs in Metal Gear Acid, and I think one of
Mhm.
them's like the throwback pack, and it has a bunch of stuff from like Snatcher in it. If you don't know what Snatcher is, it's a very interesting game that I believe was on the Sega CD and like the MSX in Japan.
Mhm.
It's basically Blade Runner, but if Kojima did it,
Which
and
is a
it's
crazy concept in and of itself.
well, it's like half point and click adventure and half rail shooter. It's a crazy game, like I said. So yeah, if you can find a copy to play, I kind of wish Snatcher would get reprint at some point so I could actually play it in a definitive way. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, but I
What
think
if you could play like the original NES games, but in a better gameplay format? Like, would you
um
want them to remake those?
I don't know if I want remakes of stuff. I'm just saying like Snatcher is one of those games that I would love to see come back. The other thing is that we're talking about weird games. What about Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy Color?
See, that would be interesting, but I'm not sure
It's a different.
Nintendo would
It's
ever allow it.
does Nintendo really have a say on it? I don't think they licensed
I'm
it.
not sure. Well, that's the thing. They
We've seen Game Boy games come to. We have Game Boy and NES games on Xbox already. They exist.
Oh no,
Uh,
definitely. I mean more so like
I don't have a
there are
box for
certain
it,
games. Yeah, there are
but
certain games I
the
feel like Nintendo might hoard.
maybe I don't think they would that one. It wasn't that big a seller.
Guess that's true. I'm thinking more of a landmark instead of an actual game experience, which I shouldn't be doing because Nintendo doesn't care about that stuff.
The thing is that
If they did,
Unless Nintendo owns the rights to it 100%, why can't I find this game box? Oh, there it is.
well, they don't technically own Pokemon
No, if
100%, but I don't think it's ever coming.
yeah, but yeah, you can play a bunch of at NES and Game Boy games on this little lovely, and it's also
Yeah, is that the
Konami.
Cowabunga? Yeah,
Funny to say. Yeah, advanced
Cowabunga
collection.
connection.
That's the thing. I don't think it's a Nintendo problem. I unless Nintendo developed the game in house, which I don't think is the case with this one. I might be
Mhm.
wrong, but can we talk about the elephant in the room? We need the other versions of Resident Evil games playable on other
Yes.
platforms. The PS1 ones, the weird Gaiden, the Game Boy one that you play as Barry Burton. That one you might need to
I
do a
mean,
little bit more with
yeah,
because the combat's weird. Like, I know
yeah.
you can't just take oh, what is it called again? Uh, Deadly Silence
Mhm.
and put it on something else because it relies so heavily on the touchscreen. Like maybe the Wii could
Yeah.
do it, but I don't
Um,
know if other platforms could.
See, I still want some of the other games like Raccoon City. I wouldn't mind getting a touch up and re-released.
Outbreak.
Outbreak would be yes. Outbreak would
It's
be
right
so
here.
good, especially with modern technology. Like, how has no one attempted this since the internet is no longer dial-up?
It's right here. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Stuff everywhere.
Oh, so good.
Are you talking about Ghost Babel?
Ghost babies.
What is this game? Hold on, I'll look it up quick. We're a little bit off script, but I know where we are. Ghost.
We're doing it live. I see your
Babel.
Mario too, going through all these pipes.
Boop, 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 boop. Yes, it is Ghost Babel. That's the Japanese name for it.
Oh,
That is Metal Gear Ghost Babel. It was.
interesting. I didn't know that the
I didn't know it was
Japanese name
called
was
that.
so different.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Kojima made it. No, Kojima. Konami made it. Yeah, so I don't think there'd be a problem
Kojima made it
with.
alone.
It's just him.
Yeah, unless it was
I've never
any.
heard it called Ghost Babel before. Correct. It was released here as Metal Gear Solid, though. I did have a copy of it. Though, like
Hmm,
most things, it got lost in a move at one point, and I could not tell
so
you where it
sad.
is.
One day, one day you'll find
Oh,
it.
so it's an overhaul of Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
Hmm.
Interesting. But it felt like a completely different game.
I feel like people get confused sometimes too. Just the fact that there is a difference between Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid. Like it's not a subtitle. It's technically two different games
I feel
in the
like
same
if you were gonna
universe.
do a collection with all of the two, you should put all the 2D ones together. But I definitely feel like I know Snatcher isn't directly attached to. Well, there's a Metal Gear in it. Snatcher isn't directly attached to Metal Gear, but it should probably come back
Definitely be cool. Oh,
because that's the thing. Like every time we get a version of Metal Gear, like Metal Gear, the first one, it's always the NES version, which is flawed.
hmm.
And I don't think we've ever gotten an official re-release of Metal Gear here. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I know there's probably like fan translations, but it's always
Yeah,
ever
I wouldn't
the
technically
best
count
one.
them.
Yeah. So yeah, companies starting time to start porting those old games. Let's bring them forward.
Yeah,
Capcom
and I get
U2,
why
The
they don't
Misadventures
port
of
them to PlayStation.
Trombone. It's still 500 plus bucks. There's no reason that game is for 500 plus bucks. Is it
Yeah.
back on the shop now?
What, Peace Walker?
No, not Peace Walker. I'm talking about the Misadventures of Trombone.
Oh, for some reason I thought we were talking about the Metal Gear that was licensing wise still gone.
No, no,
Um,
I was talking about Capcom and getting those weird obscure games that it cost way too much money onto modern
yeah,
platforms.
I
Also,
get why
Square,
they
Parasite Eve.
don't
What the
want to
hell?
just port them.
What's going on with this?
Yeah, what even happened to that now? I feel like it
There
hasn't
was
been
two
talked
games
about
and
in
this is
years.
gone.
Yeah,
I literally this weekend I saw a copy of Parasite Eve 2, $700. Why?
oh,
Why?
because of artificial scarcity. Oh, I believe Canadian, but still crazy.
It was Canadian, but it was
Still be like,
nuts. It might have been a
yeah, it'd
US
still be
booth.
670 or
There was
680.
a couple booths that were US dollars only, and I didn't go into them because I didn't want to bother with their crap.
Yeah,
Like
that
I
can be
don't have any
frustrating.
US money, and it's like give me
You got
Canadian
Monopoly
prices.
money.
The thing is,
It's
you have to
colorful. That's all I mean.
you need to realize how far from the border I am.
Yeah.
Like this isn't Niagara Falls where like US
You
and
could do
Canadian money, like everyone
yeah.
takes US Canadian money. The farther you get from the border, less and less people are willing to do stuff like that. It's not like you
Yeah.
could go somewhere and get money exchanged at the con, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, then
You
hell
think it was
froze over
because
this week. I'm just gonna move on
yeah.
to hell freezing over. Square releasing a game on Xbox.
Woo! First one of 2023.
First one announced. It was Dragon Quest: The Legend of Dai.
Yes.
I believe it
Also,
was called.
quickly to answer you, Draco, I would also love a Breath of Fire collection. You can
Yeah,
technically
what the
play
hell's?
two of them on the Switch, but you can't really play any of them else on modern hardware at all.
I think there's a couple that you can play back compat on the PlayStation still,
Hmm.
but not like you can still buy them.
Yeah.
At least last time I checked, but it's been hit or miss.
Hopefully.
So yeah,
Yeah.
hell froze over, and we got a new Dragon Quest game coming, but it's not Dragon Quest 12. which we still don't know if it's coming. I'm hoping so.
Yeah. I'm more leaning towards it than ever when we get something like this to happen, where, Legend of Die decides to come. It lends a little more validity to what the rumor going around with Microsoft was, where they're talking to the CEO of Square now, the new guy. They're trying to get back in and say, "Hey, our platform needs these games too. What are you doing?" Because their relationship was supposedly uh, rocky before, and they're talking to them now. I can't confirm that it's doing anything or that it happened yet, but
Well, the rumor happened and we got one announcement, so that's something.
yeah, it definitely leads credence to
Hmm.
it, but I can't confirm either way yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna go more into con talk a little later when I show off all the stuff behind me, which is why I'm on camera this week. But this is
Got all
probably
the
gonna be
cool
the norm
stuff.
going forward. Yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff actually. Uh, some other stuff showed up just as I was getting started, so I'll just
Yeah.
lump it in with it. Like
The second
literally
we're about to
minutes
start, you're
before.
like, wait, it's
No, like,
here.
what? Yes, this has been the thing. Square's biggest issue um with Xbox seems to be that if Xbox wasn't willing to pay for the port, they didn't want to do it, and they
Yeah.
shouldn't have to pay for every port. I don't
And they
think that's
shouldn't have to
fair.
pay them at higher prices, which had also come out,
Yeah,
that
that was
they
also a
make them
thing.
pay the premium, which is
Yeah,
super fucked up.
yeah.
I can't blame Microsoft when
Well, I
they're
mean,
told, "Hey,
I could understand if you made an arrangement with them. You're like, okay, well, I'll
yeah,
pay this much. You get this much up front, and then everything you get after you've earned that much is yours.
yeah, that would make
Like
sense."
if you're in a bad position, you're a little overstretched and you need someone to pay for the port, I think it's fair to be like, okay, well, I'll cover this much money, but it comes out of your profit margins. But
Exactly. And instead, it's you'll pay us at the premium, and we're gonna make just as much off of you that we make off of everyone else.
yeah,
That's much less cool.
there needs to be there needs to be a happy medium.
Yeah, because it's hurting both of them right now. It hurts Microsoft by not having those games that draw people in, and it hurts Square because they continue to fail to meet expectations because they're limiting their own sales.
Let's talk about the
Wild.
mysterious Marvelous event. Because it's mysterious because no one knows
Mysterious is
what
the
any
right word.
platform they're coming to.
Yeah, the
Um,
release dates of platforms were few and far in between.
I don't think we saw a single release. Did we even see a release window for any of the games? I don't remember
Uh,
seeing any or hearing any. Just that we're working diligently on them.
yeah,
Now,
now that
on
you
the
say
flip
that, I think
side,
that's what it was.
on the flip side, I'm more than okay to deal with. We don't know exactly when this game's coming. It's not quite ready. Rather than, here's when this game's coming,
And then it gets delayed 6 times.
and it gets delayed 6 times. So I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
can agree
okay with. I
100%.
I understand why they're taking this stance. So let's go over some of the games quick. Fashion Dreamer was the first one they showed off. This game's not for me. It was never going to be for me. Maybe my niece will like it. It looked kind of. If you're into that sort of thing, I'm sure people will like it. It almost looked like a mobile game,
Mhm.
but I don't know what to say about that. Uh, we're not the right guys to talk about Fashion Dreamer. That's for sure. I am sure there's gonna be a bunch of like VTubers and stuff that are gonna absolutely love Fashion Dreamer.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a market for it.
Yeah,
It's just we're not
there's
exactly part of it.
100% a market for it. So we're not us. There were two Rune Factories games, and the theme was East and West. Rune Factory
Yes.
6 was the West one.
And they focused more so on the East one in terms of what they were showing, what they were going over for the entire showcase. It was kind of like, here's the two of them, here's the East one, and then 10 minutes later, and we're making a West one. Next project.
Yeah, and we're still working diligently on them. I'm okay with that. It's a cool idea. A
Yeah.
new Story of Seasons game.
hmm
Again, these
And
are
this one's got a big new focus, multiplayer. They kept talking about it and how it's going to be better with community. It's going to be better with friends. There's a lot of togetherness that they're trying to focus on. I'm curious if this one will be more so like your friends and people online are part of the community and not just AIs. I'm curious how they're going to try to implement all of the multiplayer aspects they seem to be focusing on.
I feel like you do a mix
Ooh.
of both.
Hmm.
But I feel like if you go too heavy into them, it might end up to being like a 3DS Street Pass kind of deal. That's
Yeah,
kind of the thing that seems perfect for this. If like you Street Pass someone and they come visit your town or whatever, or they leave you like an item or something. But I don't know how that's
yeah,
gonna
give them a
work when we
gift.
don't have that anymore. So
Yeah, it
um, go ahead.
oh, it reminds me a bit of what is it called? Fantasy Life, I believe. And I heard there's getting a sequel now, and I'm very excited for that. But it reminds me of that a bit, where it's like it's trying to branch out and do new and different things, and it's trying to incorporate the multiplayer aspect while doing that. It seems like they're trying to find something new that will draw players in because between Rune Factory, Harvest Moon, Story of Seasons, there's a lot of games that are vying for that same kind of vibe. I mean, even Harvestelia recently, and
Harvestella, yeah, which I've heard is very
Harvestella,
very
thank you.
good, but
Yeah.
no
And then there's
one
also
knows
the
anything
Disney
about
one
it.
that just came out. I don't even remember the Disney one. It was like Disney Something Adventures. Uh, it's on Game Pass recently. But yeah, there's tons of Farmville-esque kind of games going on. And if they need to do something unique because they can't all fight for the same spot if they're all going to be the same game. Rune Factory I enjoy because there's combat, because there's different elements to that. So I'm curious what they're going
Harvestella
to
is
do with
something
this
you
one.
probably like, but unfortunately, it's not on
Yep.
Xbox. So
Yep. And I wasn't willing to get it on Switch because I saw how it ran on there, and I was like, I think I'll pass.
yeah, not cool. Okay, so your season Project Life. Now, I want to point out that they use the kanji jinsei, which usually means one's life or your own life. So it's not like life force or anything like that. So
Yeah. Especially because I think the subtitle is called Is RPG or something.
yeah,
Like,
that one they showed off a lot of concept art for. It looked cool. If unless I'm
yeah,
mistaken for a different one, because honestly, it kind of all
yeah,
yeah there, except for the big last announcement, which we'll get into in a
yeah.
second. So Project Life looks like it's going to be an RPG. Oh yeah, they
There was
opened with the Loot Bait
also,
intro. I forgot about that, which
yes,
I'm really excited for.
they also did Project Magia, I believe.
Madzia. Might mix it Project Madzia and Project Life.
Maybe. I'm unsure.
The thing is
I'd
that
have to look at them again.
they didn't go into depth on some of these. So
Yeah. So they kind of are interchangeable in some of
yeah,
the
it might,
talk.
Project Life and Project Madzia might be the same thing. And it's hard to follow when I have to listen, pause, like read subtitles, do stuff. It's like oh, try and understand what they're saying, but it wasn't a terrible showcase,
Yeah, but there
but
was
it
nothing concrete.
there was
It
nothing
also didn't
concrete.
have best girls.
Yeah, there's no Senran Kagura.
Very sad. Um, but you were just about to say the really exciting part at the end. They showed right after oh, this is our last thing. Oh, I know. I have the I have the what was it called on the 3DS? Estival versus Crimson Scarlet or something. I have the special edition of that, and it came with the music and the whole
Yeah,
soundtrack was fantastic. Some art
Marvelous
books.
has fantastic even just like special edition stuff where you just get bonus
Yeah,
stuff. It's
they're
like the
awesome with that.
best. The
Um,
last game they showed off was Daemon X Machina Titanic Score.
yeah, and that
And
was very cool looking.
yeah, Daemon X Machina was it came out originally just on the Switch,
Mm,
and I played a preview demo they had. They were taking
mhm.
feedback on it, and while it was like a really cool game, it was not the Switch is not the place for a game that epically scoped.
Hmm. I
So
gotta
I'm
agree. I have it on
hoping,
the Switch, and
yeah,
it could use work.
I mean it ran well enough, but the amount of sacrifices they did to get it to run well
That's what I
are the
mean. Like,
yeah, that's the problem.
yeah,
Like the Switch can only do so much. The bigger
yeah.
your scope gets, the cooler things are, the more you have to tone things down.
And
So
like
we just
Tears of
saw a
the Kingdom is a great
CGI
example.
thing, no release date, no nothing. So I'm hoping that none of the games confirmed platform, so there's no reason any of them, could not come to Xbox.
True, because if they were gonna be exclusive, they would have already announced that.
It certainly would have been someone showcase, but I don't think Marvelous is really in the position to do that,
No, they are
especially
not.
since Rune Factory 4 Special
Yeah,
just hit Game Pass, which we'll talk
yeah.
about
Or
the Game Pass stuff
it
later.
originally came and then it came off for a bit. Now it's coming back again. Yeah, they just
Yeah,
announced that today.
yeah. So Rune
I'm
Factory's back.
happy for it. I already own it, but I hope more people get to try it out and give it a chance. It's definitely a fun game.
Yeah. There also happened last week was Skulls. That's Warhammer um showcase. I'm not gonna go through every game that was announced there, just a few that were cool. The first game I think they showed off was Speed Freaks, which is basically Twisted Metal, but with orcs, and then the Warhammer universe. So perfect. Why is it taking them so long to make a game like this? It's the honest truth, man.
No, I mean you're right. There's certain genres that just feel like they've been destined to have certain IPs, and it's crazy when no one does anything with them.
So yeah, Speed Freaks was cool. They showed a lot of Rogue Trader, which is coming into beta soon on PC. That's a CRPG where you kind of like build a random squad and you go across the galaxy and do rogue tradey things, which is based off of a board game, like most Games Workshop games.
Yeah.
And we saw some, as in like I think a minute and a bit of Space Marine 2 footage.
Yeah,
It looked wicked though.
it did. And that's definitely going to be something that uh, is going to be
Still
like
no,
a big launch for them.
still no release date. Well, the thing is, well, all most Games Workshop IP games are not made by big studios. I don't think
Yeah.
there's because Relic made the original uh Space Marine before they were bought by Sega and the
Hmm.
THQ auction, I guess, or liquidation phase. I don't know exactly how that worked back then, but that's when that happened. Just after that game had released. So the second one is being made by was it Saber?
I believe it's Saber Interactive.
Saber's a good developer, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
It looked competent. I'm wondering story wise how our boy Tychus is back. If you've played the first one, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't, I'm not spoiling anything. Uh, so yeah. Anything did you look at the games for Skulls and see anything you really wanted?
I mean, a bit. I saw when, like Wario was retweeting what gets announced and stuff like that, and people sharing the group chat. There wasn't anything too crazy that jumped out at me, mostly because I know Xbox has been burned a few times with the deals they did, like Dark Tide. I don't know if it's ever coming. I was excited. At this point, people were telling me it's in terrible shape, so it doesn't matter. I'm not
I
missing
don't know
out.
what they're talking
Or,
about. Like performance
yeah.
wise, it wasn't terrible or anything, but
Mhm. The gameplay looked interesting, I thought.
but with the Skull showcase also comes Skulls sales. So
Yeah.
I think there's like
So I
80 up
can't
to
really say I have a
80%
one.
off Warhammer games right now.
Hmm.
Want to just check that quick? Well, uh, you you can talk about stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say
What's
there's anything crazy from that specific showcase that caught my eye and made me like, oh, really hyped for like what's coming next. It felt like with the Marvelous Showcase too, while it seemed interesting because there were no release dates or anything, I wasn't trying to hype myself up because who knows, it could be now, it could be 4 years from now that I even see any of these games. Um, so it felt like there's a big waiting game happening right now. People are very excited for all the showcases coming, but we don't know what's going to even be coming for this year. So I'm more excited about the things that I know, like Alan Wake 2 was shown off a bit. Um,
Yeah, that
I'm very
also. Where
excited
was
for
that
that.
shown off? It was just shown. It was shown off at the PlayStation One. That's right.
Yeah,
We still didn't
people
see a lot
forgot
of
very quickly
gameplay.
because we knew. Yeah,
We
we
already knew
already
it was
knew about
coming,
it
so it's not a
coming.
big deal.
October is going to be great.
Yeah, because Alone
There's
in the Dark,
Alone in the Dark. Yeah,
which has a
Alone in the
playable
Dark got announced.
tease. Did you play it?
I
The
did.
Grace in the Dark.
I
It's pretty short.
Yeah, it's like 6 minutes. The graphics are fantastic. You don't get to see too much of the story,
There
and
was
it
two other
seems like they're
showcases
setting. What?
besides
Oh,
the PS one. There was the
yeah.
Marvelous one that I saw, and then Skulls, which is the Warhammer one. And then I don't know where they showed off. Did THQ have one,
Um, I
or
don't
did they
think they did
just,
yet.
have
I
a
think it
thing
was
to
just
show
a
off
yeah. I think it
Alone in
was
the
just like a
Dark?
random like, hey guys, unless THQ did, but I feel like they didn't yet. I feel like
Yeah,
that's
it didn't,
coming.
because I feel like we would have seen more.
Yeah,
Because the thing
I
is, it
know they
makes
were talking
sense.
recently too. Oh, go on.
Yeah, no, it makes sense for them to be like with Skulls to show off Space Marine 2, but it's Focus Homes doing that one, not Embracer Group.
It
It's
says the digital showcase for THQ Nordic is happening August 11th.
Yeah, so they must have just wanted to show it off early to promote the demo
Yeah, man, that's a
and to keep
late
hype going.
showcase.
Well, that's probably why they wanted to show it now, because eyes are on everything. But yeah,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
no, no problem. Um, yeah, it felt like for Alone in the Dark they were trying to show off some of the set pieces more than anything, which, while cool, didn't give me a lot of interest in, the demo. I'm already excited for the full game, and from what they showed, it looks great, but the demo itself was less interesting, and it was big for how short it was. I think it was like 18 gigs,
Uh,
and you can.
12 or so. It was to download.
Okay, I
It might
might
be
be mixing
bigger
it up.
installed, but it was 12 to
Hmm.
download for me. I want to point out some. I didn't grab any footage from it because people should just go play it themselves. This is a
Yeah,
UE4 game, and it does not fall into all the usual trappings that I've seen on console UE4 games.
which is nice.
Yeah, you don't have that weird ghosting effect on character models, or if they,
Yeah.
so they're not using they don't seem to be using UE4's TAA solution, which is flawed, to say the least. Um, there was some weird stuff on Carnby's beard at the very end when they show him.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of flickering in and out. So I hope stuff like that can get fixed. Like it's some sort of weird visual glitch, but other than that, the game
Yeah.
looked fantastic. And the way it
Yeah,
just
graphically it was
abruptly,
beautiful.
like abrupt switches happened in it.
Yeah. And there actually was a jump it got out of me. Not ironically because of something scary, but I didn't realize how loud my volume was, and it went from very quiet to boom really
When you
quick.
went into the
And
hallway, wait, went into the main foyer.
yeah, where I wasn't scared because I'm like, oh, I know what's gonna happen. But then it was so fucking loud, it caught me off guard. Now I was like, ah.
I was,
So that was
I was
funny.
like talking with my girlfriend. She was watching it, and I was talking about how like technically this is very impressive. Like it looks really
Yeah.
good. It's got a decent. I don't think they went overboard on like making characters look photorealistic. They're still stylized.
Yeah, which is nice. It doesn't look like
It's a
they're
nice,
trying to go with the yeah.
yeah, nice
They're not trying to
balance.
show you the pores on their face, but they are trying to show you
Is it
that it's based on them.
is it a last gen game also?
As far as I know, I think it is. It didn't say it was a Series X exclusive demo, so I believe, but I could be wrong.
I'm just gonna check it quick. Uh, the disc apparently is only Series X for the physical.
Hmm.
I just checked that, so maybe it is Series only. I don't know.
It might be. Speaking of disc, real quick, and THQ Nordic, they did something really cool, or at least they're offering to. Alan Wake 2 so far is digital only for everything. They're like, we're not going to make physicals. But THQ Nordic came up and they're like, hey, do you want us to do the physicals for you? Um, because they did them for Alan Wake 1. And they were like, we know people would really enjoy this. Hit us up if you're interested. And now people are trying to say, hey, hit them up. We want physicals for this game.
Yeah,
So
I was actually kind of disappointing, especially since the console versions are $10 more than the PC versions.
that infuriated me. They're like, the reason it's going to be digital is so that we can keep prices lower on platforms. And I was like, well, wait, PC barely does physicals anyway. So what you're saying is you want to remove the physicals and to give them $10 less, but charge us the exact same amount as physicals. That's
Why
not
don't you just
cool.
make them
What the
both
hell are you
five
doing?
dollars? Why don't you make it $5 more than the PC version and call it a day?
Yeah.
Like
Like
meet
you
us in
need
the
to do it
middle.
across the board. Exactly. You got to do it across the board or you got to do nothing at all. You can't help one platform out and hurt another platform.
Yeah, it's
No
weird.
one's
I
going to
don't.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that happens. Just to derail here for a moment because we were talking about skulls and stuff. Necromunda Hired Gun is 60% off right now, so it puts it at
It's a good deal.
21.59. It's budget Doom Eternal basically, but it's sick.
It's
If
it's definitely cool. The
you
universe
get a
in general is
doggo,
really cool.
and the doggo rips things apart, so it's
What was
good.
the one called that was I forget the name, but it was like an XCOM style game almost.
Battle Sector? No, hold on. There's so many in
I know.
Morheim.
I have it
I'm,
installed. Let me double check.
are you thinking of? It was Mechanicus. I think Mechanicus is the
Maybe.
game you're thinking about.
I know what the picture looked like, so let me see as I'm scrolling.
I think it's
Uh,
Mechanicus. Yeah, Mechanicus looks like a strategy esque game, a simulation strategy game.
hmm, I don't even see it. I don't think it was Mechanicus. No.
Battle
It
Sector.
wasn't. Also, no. Now I'm confused what the hell I'm thinking of.
Hmm.
Oh, I must
Not
delve deeper real
Vermintide.
quick.
Definitely not Bolt Gun.
Oh, I'm
Not
thinking of
Chaos.
Necromunda Underhive Wars.
Necromunda Under High Wars. Okay.
Yes. Which is also Focus Entertainment.
There's a
Yes, that
lot
one
of
was really
Warhammer
cool.
games and a lot of different
Yeah,
genres.
that's why it was so hard to find it. I'm looking through them. This one released a few years ago, but it's really cool, and you can play with up to 4 people, uh, online too. It's another C RPG kind of thing.
Yep. They're sick. And it's on sale for 647 74 Canadian.
It's pretty awesome.
Necromunda. Okay. So I guess it's that time where I start talking about con stuff.
Yeah, feel free to start diving into the cool
Oh my
finds you
god.
got too.
Let's. Don't want to go and. All right. So I was at Anime North this weekend. Past. First time I've gone since pandemics happened.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. There was a couple like weird thingies that happened. I don't know if you saw the controversy about the drag show being all ages for some reason.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those recently. People seem to get mad about.
I I'm in two minds about it. It's like I don't think a drag if it was some of the guests that they were having, which is why they wanted it to be not all ages. It's always been 18 plus event. For
Yeah,
anyone who
which makes
doesn't
sense.
know, uh, okay, so my name kind of wore off, but when you go, you get like a badge. This I'll talk about the thing on the side in a second. And if you're 18, they ID check you once, and you get one of these 18 plus stickers, and you can get in any of the 18 plus booths after you get ID'd once with the sticker on your badge. You just show them it, and you're good.
Mhm.
Make things move quickly. So the problem I have with them being like, well, we're just gonna not have an 18 plus showing, is that they had it earlier this year, because usually it's one of the
Mm,
later events. It's like 8 or 9 o'clock on
yeah,
Friday, and it goes to like 11. And
which
most
makes
people are
sense.
gonna
They
have their
try to do like
kids.
the after dark
Yeah, it's
kind of
like the
thing.
after dark. There are overnight like 24-hour events that do happen.
Hmm.
So there's like all night showings of stuff. There's like they didn't have a rave this year, but they usually have a rave that's all night. But there was no rave
Mm.
this year,
I
which
wonder
is
if
kind
because of
of nice.
COVID, they're just
Yeah,
trying to limit some of the stuff that
it
they'd
it
normally
might have
do.
been that the company that hosted it, because another company hosted it, just doesn't want
Hmm.
to do it anymore. Um, but basically, I'll start with the beginning. So Friday, uh, there's always Nominoichi, which is this blue thingy there. We were a vendor, actually. It's like a rummage sale. My friend sells stuff every year. So we go in, and she's got a bunch of stuff to sell, including the very expensive pair of Madoka figures. If you know the ones, you know the ones. The God and the Devil one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both sold. I think one sold for 250 and the other for 300.
It's crazy. Although
Yeah.
not the most expensive thing there.
No, there was definitely more expensive, but I was surprised they sold. They command an outrageous prices on stuff, but there was a couple things that didn't sell that I was kind of surprised they didn't sell. But it's funny because like we're carting it in, and it's like on top of her stack of stuff. She's got this big cart thing,
Mhm.
and it's like sitting on top, so you can see the Homura peeking out top, and people are like, "Yo, how much is that? How much is the Homura?" Like these are people who are running booths are asking us.
That's great.
It's hilarious.
Fun character.
Oh yeah, she's a great character. You feel so bad for her.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, Madoka Magica's great. There's another movie coming, so there's a ton of Madoka Magica. Everyone wanted Madoka Magica stuff. Everybody.
And who wouldn't love a happy-go-lucky anime? There's nothing depressing about it. It's
Just
magic
shut up.
girls.
Just shut up. Just shut up right now. Um, so that was Friday. Uh, most Friday, like that's the start. We do that, and it goes from 5:30 to 11 o'clock at night. I wasn't chained to the booth the entire time, but I needed to preface you on the story. So when I switched to webcam here, it's just me. I can go into the stuff. I need to tell the story of how. So my friend was actually selling these, and I bought them off of her. They are little like dioramas for Nendroids. They just like clip together and pop out. This one was never opened, and neither was this one. This one's sea themed. The first one I showed was the backside a little bigger, Halloween themed. It actually says Halloween on it, but I know you can't read it, so I'm not gonna pretend. And this last one is like a yokai graveyard.
Ooh, very cool.
So I thought these would be fun to have. I think they were at $10 a piece, so not too expensive. So anyway, my friend had reserves on stuff, so I had to go collect her reserves. And I think I set up a video, and it was like we cannot live in this world of madness, because I had to find table 131. So I'm going through the table numbers, and the biggest problem is they didn't like label the tables in a nice way. They like put a little sticker on it, and people had to make their own signs. So some people had signs, some people didn't. So it's like you had to count. You'd be like, okay, I found 120 something or whatever. You're like, okay, is that going up this way or down? And there's the same problem with the artist's alley, because not everyone labeled their tables. Like had the numbers out. So there's like a map, but I was like, the map's useless because you don't have any frame of reference, and they should be labeled better. Fail on people who are hosting that event. So anyway, I'm trying to find. There's 3 tables I had to go visit, and one was like, I want to say 171 or something. And I'm like, I'm here to pick up, and I didn't even know her handle's like Spellhorn or something. I don't know if it's, but yeah, it's Spellhorn. I didn't know that, and I'm like, I'm going to pick up. She's like, you're at like 215 or whatever. I'm like, yes. And she's like, I just sent someone with her stuff. And I'm sitting there like this wad of cash in my shirt pocket, and I'm like, great. And then I noticed this on the table. And I'm like,
you were showing that off.
yeah. And I go,
So
how
cute.
much is that? I she wanted like, okay, I'm not gonna actually say because it was expensive. This is not a cheap Nendroid. I'll leave it at
Does
that.
she have a tiny donut?
Oh, she's got 2 tiny donuts.
Oh, hell yeah.
One's cream filtered. Look right there. One for each hand. She's got her sword. All the bits are in here. I know there's some like
understandable price then.
It was a decent price. It has been opened and used, but it's like she's sealed up pretty good and not dusty or anything. I did look at her.
Okay.
And it was my friend's friend. She wasn't gonna bone me because she knew that I could come back with retribution.
It's always good.
Yeah. So this was like the big find.
So cute.
I definitely want to look at how much she goes for. Shinobu's great. See, that was the big find. And I walk over to this other guy's booth, and he's leaning on this big box. I did put up in chat because I couldn't do whatever. This is a gigantic box. And he's leaning on it, and I'm like, how much? And he goes and he looks up, he's like, $200. And I'm like, I'll be back. I'll be back when you're more desperate to get rid of it, because it ain't going anywhere for $200. One, it's an Xbox version. They don't usually sell for as much. Because not as many people want them. It's fine.
Sad. I mean, it's good sad for us, but sad.
It's sad in some regards. Like, someone might just want the statue.
Yeah.
But what's the game? Oh, just so we know here. I'll show you the contest in a second, but I did end up going back and buying it, obviously, since I have it. It comes with a 6 steelbook. It's just got the Revenant on the other side.
Yeah, the doot, very shiny.
Doot. I don't know if the codes even matter anymore, but... Or if you can see it. It was opened. But, like, I mean, like, this game's on Game Pass, so I'm not... Did you ever take the disc out? Did this guy ever play this game? This did not come out.
Does he even video game?
Does he even video game? I don't know. It's got like a picture of the Titans realm in the back. It's kind of sick. I can't get the disc out, and I'm not gonna force it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's kind of sick. It's still got all the little thingies in it. I don't. Didn't they give up all the multiplayer DLC for free at some point? I want to
I
say
believe so.
I never bought it because I didn't really
Been a
care about
while.
the. I didn't really care about it, but it came with this spooky boy here.
I like the multiplayer in the first game better than the second one, to be honest.
Now you won't be able to see it on camera. I'll try and turn it on. It's got like lights and a fan underneath. It doesn't move very fast, but
What's the fan do?
it 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 spins so like the red light kind of moves like he
Oh,
was standing on a grate. Yeah,
that's awesome.
you can't see it because it's dark. If it's dark, it looks really cool because you just like
But
see
does it
hints
come
of
with
it.
trumpets?
No, unfortunately, these are all attached. But don't let your memes be dreams. It's a really nice
Yeah, it's
statue.
really high quality for coming with a game for, 200.
I don't think it was.
Reminds me of the
It might have
oh,
been
go on.
less than 200 when it came out. I don't remember. I just saw it because the thing
Yeah.
is, the Doom game was not on my radar because I saw the first um preview they showed of it where it
Mhm.
was like rough and like slow, and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be good or not. So yeah, right.
Yeah, they reminds me of the Tales of Arise collectors where the price wasn't outrageous, but the statue it came with was really good quality for the price you paid.
Well, I do have the I buy a few collector's editions. I don't buy like every single one, but I do
Yeah.
have the Iba from AI, the Somnium Files. She came with
Oh, that's
with
awesome.
she came with the collectors from the second game.
Yeah, I got the collector's one twice, and both times they canceled it. And then when I tried to get it the third time, it was sold out. So it was one of those like, oh, they fucked me kind of moments.
Yeah, you weren't the only one. I remember who you messaging me and being like they canceled hers too, twice.
Yeah,
So it was not
same thing happened to
good.
Sixers. Super
Vanilla.
disappointing.
Vanilla. Better stuff for
Iba's
that shop.
best. So cute.
Yeah. Um, and then I'm walking back to the booth, and those guys got games on like 3 for 5. No, 3 for 10. Sorry, 3 for 10. So I was looking, and I saw this, and I'm like, all right, maybe no, find another two. I'm not like keen on Hitman Absolution. I don't remember much about it, but for
It's
like
absolute.
$3 and change, is it good? I don't know because it
I
comes
mean, the
with a
gameplay was fun. Um, it's definitely different than recent Hitman games.
got all
And I
the
say that
stuff in it
mostly
too.
because, oh, yeah, it's not like an open playground. It's actual levels in that one.
Now I
Um,
don't know if these codes were. I'm gonna assume these codes are gone. Well,
Never
IO's
hurts
not
to
even
double
part
check.
of Square anymore. This is when they were still part
Yeah.
of Square before they like bought the
Uh,
IP and went their own way.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
this is
long
like a
ago now.
hardcover art book.
Ooh, I like the design.
Yeah, it's nice. Like I've never played the game, so I don't want to go. I don't go through too much.
You just open up
Oh,
and spoil yourself on something.
I don't know. I don't know if I'll get to it anytime soon. It's also
Mhm.
got a DVD and a.
Ooh. I love those when they fold open with the multiple discs.
Yeah. It also has the seal just chilling here. You put the seal on it.
Ooh.
Whoever opened it, so it's not the only game I have with the original seal located somewhere else. Hold on, the sleeve just went for a walk. Yeah. So the other two games I picked up with it, one was on the list.
That's
that
true.
I
I forgot to
that
ask how the list went.
uh not the best, but I got a couple. Like Ninja Gaiden 2.
That's right. I remember you showed that. Very good.
Yeah, that was number 2 of 3. Manual, the shebang. And then I just picked this up on a whim because I needed one more for the list. And found out this was actually kind of rare afterwards. Because a lot of places were selling it for like $40 plus.
How much did you get it for?
These 3 for $10.
Oh, that's right. That's
It
not bad
was
at all.
it was nuts. That was all I picked up at the Nominoichi.
Mhm.
Not too much stuff to start off, but I mean, like, that's a decent haul.
Yeah.
Then day 2, well, we went back. We got pizza from 2 for 1. Yes, 2 for 1 pizza, as they are called. The
That's
pizza's
cute.
decent, but unfortunately, they forgot to put the wing sauce on the side, and they put it on them,
Uh,
and my roommate cannot handle spice. My temporary roommate, I should say. My con roommate, yeah, she couldn't handle the spice, so she was very upset.
yeah, that always sucks.
Oh yeah, 100% sucks. Uh, Now day 2 was split into like a bunch of things. We went back Friday night and we're looking through the program to see what we wanted to go to. Made a plan, and then we're like, we're going to dealer's room from this time to this time, get what we can, and we're going to hit the artist alley on Sunday,
Hmm.
which is like good and bad because the artist alley is always busy.
Yeah.
So I did get cool stuff from the artist alley. There was a couple things I wanted that were just sold out. It is what it is. One of the first games I picked up was this puppy.
Ooh, very nice.
Also has the seal
Ooh.
in the
I
box.
love that you just stick it in there.
It's weird it's there, but it's there. So I don't know. This is the first time I've actually seen a copy of this
Just
in
in
the
the wild.
wild. In the wild, and probably since it was relevant. It says right on the back it's got 2 times the gameplay, more than twice the gameplay of the original. But this version never got ported.
What do you mean?
When they did Onimusha Warlords, they did the regular version, not this one.
Oh, okay.
So Genma Onimusha is kind of its own thing, and it has existed forever as just this on the original Xbox. Now I went to
I
go
wonder
power this
why.
puppy. I went to go power up the original Xbox, give her a try. You know what this is?
Um, from this angle, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks like something that should be on the inside, though.
Oh yeah, it should be. Magic smoked on me. This is a power supply from original Xbox.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Burned.
it's definitely not
It
supposed to
burned
be in
out
your
right
hand.
here, in this area here. One of the resistors is gone. And I think this big section here is. Someone's like, "Oh, you replaced the caps on it. It should work again." And I'm like, "I'll just get it." Look, you see all this? And it's got glue and stuff on it. It doesn't have a fuse on it either, so I can't just try and replace the fuse. So I've pulled it out for the time being. And I'm going to order a replacement. So I cannot play Genma Onimusha like I wanted to. Well, my brother wanted to
So
play it.
sad.
My brother wanted to play it. But it is what it is. I've
Is it
located
expensive
parts.
to
It's
get
just
it?
not really. It's like $30-$40.
Oh, okay, it's not
A
too bad.
capacitor kit for all the capacitors in the Xbox is another like 20-ish.
Mm.
And then I picked up this puppy because it was cheap, which is Dead or Alive 1 and 2. And it's backwards compatible.
That's nice.
Yeah. I think 1 has trading cards in it.
Ooh.
With Dream On, performed by Aerosmith. There's only 2 of them. Le Fang and
Ooh,
Tina.
very cool.
I did play a bit of
Classic.
1 on my Series X because I could.
Which one? The original one?
Yeah, 1. It is
Okay.
not easy. It's like the AI cheats.
They did in a lot of those old fighting games too, because for the replay value, they're like, "Ugh, it has to kick your
I mean,
ass."
I got as far as I think it was like round 8, and then I bashed my head against the wall for a while, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. And then I hit up actually we hit up the there was like a gaming area where like board gaming and like card games were happening.
Mhm.
And that's where I found these two. And this game, which I'd never heard of before, Velvet Assassin. For the low,
Ooh,
low price of $5.
that sounds familiar.
I don't know.
I feel like it's
Waffle
a
said it
female
was
spy
good.
game.
Girlfriend said it was bad. $5 says
It's,
I'll give it a shot.
yeah, solid 50/50.
Yeah, so whatever. Uh,
Who
then I
made
hit
that
up.
one?
That was South Peak Games or Replay Games Studio.
Hmm.
Replay Studios. Never heard of them. They might be dead now. Texas. Yeah. So there was another couple booths I hit up to see what they had. I had the list on my phone in one hand and just looking through. One had like a shelf system where they had the discs separate. It was just a bunch of shelves.
Mhm.
And they did have this game, which Waffle sworn to me that is very good, but not $40 good.
Ah, Quantum of Solace.
The guy's like $40. I'm like, nah, miss me. I went to another booth which had no organization skills whatsoever. Like zero. Absolutely zero. There was Wii games and Switch games and Xbox games and PlayStation games all in the same bins. There's like 4 or 5 bins. Like everything's everywhere. I'm like, oh
Whoa,
my god,
that would drive
why?
me nuts.
Yeah, it did. I had to go through like 3 or 4 times. So they had this for $5. So sold. Magic price, $5. I'll give it a shot. They also had the Everything or Nothing, which is also on the list of games that people said was good.
Yeah, there's a lot of good 007 games.
Yeah, I've never played them, so like I never actually played through all of GoldenEye. Usually only played it in multiplayer with people back in the day. So
Yeah, definitely nothing to lose by trying.
no, and then I hit up Iceman Gaming, which I always hit up. They've always got good stuff, and they did not disappoint. I got 4 games here that I picked up from them, but I picked them up in kind of like on order because they had a copy of Magna Carta 2,
Yeah,
but they wanted like $45 for it, which is a little on the pricey side.
yeah.
So I didn't end up picking it up, but I did end up picking up Star Ocean: The Last Hope,
I've been
which
waiting
is
for that to go on sale backwards compatibility wise.
it is backwards compatible. I didn't know it was backwards compatible when I picked it up. People just said it was good, so I
Oh,
picked it up. Bonus. I
it's a
do
nice
have a working
surprise.
three. Yeah, I do have a working 360 though, so I'm not super worried.
Yeah,
Eternal Sonata. If you're in Japan, this is called Trusty Bell.
it's such a good game. I wish it was backwards compatible. I would
It's
love to
not.
play it again.
It's sadly not, but
So depressing.
yeah, I have a copy now.
Maybe one
Oh,
day
I
if we
should
bug
show
them
you because
enough.
it's funny. Because in Canada, we get 2 language manuals.
For French and English, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. A dumber man would have said Canadian in French.
Canadian, I think. This one still has Star Ocean still has a registration card. Is this an American copy? This is an American copy.
Wait, that
Not that
makes
it
less sense
matters.
then. If it's American, why would it have both the instruction
Not the
manuals?
registration. No, Star Ocean. It's
Oh,
an
okay.
American copy. Um, that's the only big difference is the old ones had two. Like with new games, yeah, I don't know if I have any 100%. Yeah, okay. So, example, American copy. I don't have it. It's the same one, but
Hmm.
Canadian copy.
Why did they use a different font?
It's got two. It's got English and French on the ESRB. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. That's all it is.
Okay. I thought it was saying the same thing in a different font at first. I didn't
No,
realize it was both.
it's French and English. Yeah, because apparently all my Resident Evil ones, except 4's probably not. I'm gonna look.
Unless.
Well, my copy of 8 is from it's from the UK. I have
Peggy
copies of games.
18.
Well, I mean they're not. I go wherever the deals are, so
Yeah, that's the right way to do it.
yeah. My copy of Resident Evil 4 is Canadian. Not like it matters. Like I mean, if the game plays, who gives a crap, right?
The only difference is Leon says A at the end of every sentence in that one.
Now, if you play it in Japanese.
It'd
So after
be
finding out that
hilarious if that was the
Magna
case.
Carta was not the best steel, I picked up these two.
Ooh, is that 99 Nights?
Yep, 1 and 2.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was the last of my finds from the con. I guess I'll show off the Nendroids that just showed up while I was there and after that I had pre-ordered because of Precure. So yeah,
Thank you.
so many Xbox games that I'm not gonna get to play for a while. I mean, like I'll play some of them, but
Yeah.
so many games to
That
play.
Dune box in the background looks great now.
So good. It's not gonna stay there though. I gotta put it away because that's a chair. This is another chair. People sometimes.
Oh.
Uh, okay, so while I was on stream, well, we were getting ready for stream. Oh, the manual's in front. Shantae showed up.
Oh.
She's got a little monkey
Tiny
too.
half genie.
Got a monkey. I
So
know it's kind of
cute.
hard to see through the plastic, but the monkey's right there. Monkey from. She's got
Oh yeah,
fireball.
there he is.
Yeah, hair
I
whipping.
like the yeah, the hair whip. It's very cute. Oh, I love Shantae. I wish we had more of her games on Xbox.
I wish I could have gotten a physical uh of the of this one for Xbox. The Switch version's fine, but I wanted an Xbox version. American.
Seven Sirens?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I
Yeah.
did. Did I buy it on Xbox? I don't remember. Yeah, I did pick up the. This is the first and last game I purchased from Limited Run Games themselves.
I can't imagine why.
Now, if I need limited run stuff, I get it through Video Games Plus. The fact that I ordered a game through VG Plus that was released by Limited Run and got it before people who ordered from Limited Run astonished me. The game in question was uh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Shredder's Revenge.
Cowabunga.
No, Shredder's Revenge.
Oh, Shredder's
Cowbunga
Revenge.
had a regular standard release, but this is a limited run one.
Gotcha.
The Peggy version released like 5 months later for no reason, but the American version was there, so I just got there. I don't think is that. Do we have any more fun con store? Oh, I gotta show one more Android, and then I can go into the fun con stories
And
from
then we can
after
have
buying
fun.
stuff, and then I can show artist stuff if people want to see that. I did put up pictures of them, but I know they're not always the best. And I also got, yeah, this game also needs to come to Xbox. You recognize it right off the hop?
Yeah. The hat.
I have a hat.
It looks like a hat with the plastic on the box. That's why it's so cute.
It's Jill Stingray.
Yeah.
Yeah, from VA11. Sorry, I always get this messed up. Yeah, VA11,
Valkyrie.
Hall A, Valhalla,
Valhalla.
Cyberpunk,
I always say Valhalla, Valkyrie instead of Valhalla.
Cyberpunk bartending action. I saw her and I had to pick her up. Yeah,
She's so cute.
she is cute.
But
Got her
since you can't
drink.
see the twin tails sometimes due to the dark background, it looks like she wears her hair like a hat. It just reminds me of that.
Yeah, no, she's got twin tails.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, we don't have this game on Xbox. I don't get it.
Yeah, and there's never been a real definitive reason from what
It's
I
on the
know.
Windows Store, though.
Yeah.
Don't get it. Okay. Enough with those show and tell. So, the reason I have the 18 plus badge was because we went to, I guess I can oust her since I didn't give her her real name. So, she's a Yaoi fangirl. If you don't know what Yaoi is,
It's the
sorry,
bad kind of Yuri.
it's not bad. It's the same
I
thing. It's
know.
just with two guys instead of two girls.
Well, if you ask me, that makes a world of difference. But yes, I agree.
It's the same thing. It's all
There's a lot more
drawings
penises in one of them.
and crying dicks and two small hands and other things.
Yeah,
So we
pianist
went to
fingers.
Yaoi Pictionary. It sounds worse than it is, but
I love the concept.
so basically everyone's split into teams, and you had to come up with a team name.
Mhm.
So everyone wanted to do something dumb, and like a lot of people didn't even try. Like didn't
Oh.
even try. Sussy Bussy was one of them. Like I'm like, you didn't even try. We were trying to. A lot of people were, as expected, because I was the only guy at the table. Uh, a little
Did you have to give any
cautious.
preface?
No, I didn't give a preface. I literally went up to the table. This is what I did. Okay, so I went up to the table and I go, "Oh hi, I haven't seen you in so long." And then like they started playing along, and then they're like caution went over their faces, and I'm like, "All right." And they're like, "We need a team name," and everyone's being like really like passive, and I'm like, "I have an idea. We take an animal and a vegetable and just name." And someone's like, "Eggplant." Of course, it's the first they come up with. Eggplant. Like, well, there's zucchini and there's corn. Corn. So we became Team Corn Dog. That's why there's a random
Seems
tweet from
fitting.
me that says Team Corn Dog represent.
Gotcha. I thought you just enjoyed corn dogs.
No,
I
no.
had no
Team Corn
context.
Dog. Team Corn Dog finished second.
Ooh. Did you
Yeah.
guys get a prize of any type?
We did get prizes. But wasn't really into anything. I basically
Mhm.
let my friend picked two things, or if someone else really wanted something, they could have had it.
That's
There
nice of
was
you.
like, yeah, but I mean, like there was a Yuri manga called NTR about NTR. No, I'm not
Disappointed.
kidding.
Not a fan of the NTR.
I mean, if it was something I was actually interested in, I would have picked it up. But I'm like, no. There was like a couple Pokemon plushies, but no one I had to have.
Hmm.
A board game and some BL stuff.
What type of board game was it? Like,
I don't know. Someone else
also.
had grabbed it, so I saw it briefly. It was sealed. It had like had art that looked like it belonged on the a NES cartridge,
Oh, that sounds
if
interesting.
that makes sense.
Yeah, like very 80s and 90s style.
Yeah. So it was
Yeah.
some sort of board game at that. It was what it was. I don't know if it was stuff that didn't sell, stuff that got donated, but
Yeah.
it was cool. So I'll point out to everyone, this is still here, still sealed. Final Fantasy 15 Royal
Yeah, and
Edition.
you have a specific time for when you'll play
Yeah,
that.
if they want me to play it, they gotta port those games. I guess they already
And
got
that'll
their
be
money,
what
so I
does
don't
it.
give a shit. But whatever.
They'll be like, you know what? We need to port these games specifically so we this guy will stream. It's the only way.
Yeah, yeah. So that was one of the. We went to one other BL panel, but the lady was like a little too into it. Who was running it? And people
Yeah,
were asking
that's
like
her moment
weird
to shine.
questions, and I feel like there needs to be a panel to address their questions. Uh, so basically, we ended up leaving because my temporary con roommate wanted to hear about these books or whatever that the lady was talking about, but people kept asking questions about uh things that are kind of political, and I didn't like.
What?
Okay,
I get my political news
I
specifically
think
from
it
the
was
Yaoi
a
boys.
no, it was a. I think it was a straight woman who was asking the question because the way she was wording it, she might have been bi or whatever. I'm not trying to label. I can only go by what I said, way what I
Hmm.
interpreted. But her question was more or less, how do I get people to stop seeing, things like yaoi and yuri as exploitative?
Huh.
And it's like, you're never gonna. I was thinking you're never gonna think it. I'm just gonna. No, I'm not gonna switch back in. Uh, like, it was dumb. Someone also had some comment about something, and someone
Hmm.
said something that was almost on the lines of, "But it was only Tuesday," and I said, "Oh, it's like Street Fighter the movie. For you, it was the most important day of your life, but
Yeah.
for me, it
It
was
was
just
Tuesday.
Tuesday." Got a laugh out of that, and I got a scolding from. I got this. No, why'd you do that? Because it was funny. This is why you
Yeah,
brought me.
if it gets a laugh, then it's okay.
Yes, I mean, you don't bring me if you don't want people to make like stupid comments about things and bring references to things. I was like, I've never watched that movie. I'm like, you should. It's just all memes.
Now who's going
Quick,
home?
it's coming
Who's
straight
coming with
for us.
me?
Quick, change the channel. I can't. I can't.
And I'm going to kick his ass so hard
I'm going to kick Bison's ass so hard.
that the next person wanna be is gonna feel it.
You came here expecting a man, but instead you find a god. Yeah, that movie's too good. It's too good. So you mean like
Mortal
I've
Kombat was
already
also
won at
great
that
for that.
point. Nothing needed to happen. So I kind of felt like maybe I should just host a panel next year about coming to terms with you. Not everyone's gonna like your fandom, and people are always gonna see things a certain way, and how to live with that.
Yeah, that's
I feel like
the
that's something
specific
just
thing you need to do.
I think it's something that people need to hear. They need to know that it's
Yeah,
okay to like things.
every fandom.
Mhm. If you like that ship, it's okay. You can like that ship. I don't have to
Exactly. No
like
one
your
can take that
ships.
from you.
And I probably just went like straight off, and people were like, "What is he talking about with ships?" If you don't know, you don't know. It's okay.
I don't understand why he's talking about boats at all.
I'm gonna go over
Yeah.
some of my. So now my com partner knows what I love, my favorite Pokemon. So
I can't
she
guess.
she
Is
got
it
like
Charizard?
she went to an artist and they had like it's like by 7 or something. They're like these tiny. Look how small this thing is. It's gonna focus. I don't think it will.
Oh, there. I was gonna say, I'm like, that's not small. I didn't realize it wasn't the thing you were carrying. It's the tiny guy.
That's a
So
tiny little
cute.
thing. Yeah, it's cute. It doesn't focus.
Leon.
Yeah. And I bought all these charms. I got a Bochi,
Oh, the boat.
a Bochi, and a Miku. But they're double sided. They actually have two expressions. So the
That's
Miku's
cute.
got like the happy expression on one side. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the happy expression on one side, and the other side's the Fugu face. She's pouting. I have to take pictures of
Oh.
these. Bochi's okay on one side and gonna die on the other.
I love the screaming face too, where it's like staticky.
Yeah,
That and her dying face are some of the best ones.
this Marin.
Oh,
But she's like
she's so
slightly
cute.
upset. Yeah, these are cute ones. Those were all from one artist. Oh, which one was it? I had cards
Yeah,
for
they
all
had a
of
very
them.
similar art style.
Yeah, these are all from one artist. Um, I needed to get one more from this one because I got gifts from them for my girlfriend and my brother.
Mhm.
And I needed to get one more thing, so I picked up a Lisa because Lisa's the best. Get out of here, Genshin kids.
Lisa was the original Ara Ara mummy.
Yep, I love Lisa.
She's
Uh,
definitely adorable.
I got, I bought this. I got separated from my con partner because I bought this, but it was totally worth it. Make it out okay? You know who it's supposed to
Yeah.
be? You watched Bochi,
Who?
right?
Yeah. Is that supposed to be the
Pieson, the manager,
yeah,
and
the drunk
the drunken
pink haired
bassist.
one? Yeah.
I wanted Pieson stuff, but no one. This is the only thing I found with her on it. Makes me
Oh,
sad because I love Pieson. She's the best. Um,
they're all pretty great.
yeah, but Pieson is so funny. She's just like
Yeah.
the translator picks on the manager. So much fun. Tokyo Mew Mew. It's double sided also. They have slightly different expressions.
Oh, so cute.
Yes. And the last thing, the reason I bought the Tokyo Mew Mew one is because I went to this lady's booth. I looked up, and she had Skip and Loafer art. Now I vividly remember this. I believe this is Gen Chu. Tube.
Ooh.
I I've had a tweet with all like the art and stuff I got, like the stickers and these,
Hmm.
and I credited all the artists that I got tags for. I got cards for. Except for this one, she didn't give me a card, so I don't know. Skip and Loafer is a currently airing anime, so she was the only one who had anything from it, and I was really surprised to see it because a lot of people had the usual suspects. There's a lot of Genshin, lots of Hololive.
Hmm.
I think there was a little Star Rail, but I don't know any of the characters from it.
Yeah, and I start to mix them up with other similar games.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because she's like looking through all the
Yeah.
stuff. Lots of cool stuff, and I picked up the stickers.
Stickers.
I have a fun story with the stickers too, specifically the
A good
Pokemon
haul.
ones. So I pull up to this booth. Pull up to this booth. All cool, right? And the lady's selling Pokemon stickers. $1 each or 6 for 5.
Mhm.
Buy 5 get 1 free, basically is what she has posted to make your team or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I need to get a sticker for a specific Pokemon. I don't remember its English name. Never heard it before. Never read it before. Cause I don't. So I go, okay, I need a Pokemon. I'm looking for a Pokemon, and I'm like, I don't know the English name. So I say the Japanese one. Are you gonna? She's like, no, I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna guess. So I go, Nyauha. And she goes, it's a cat. I'm like, yeah, it's a cat, but it's like a leaf. And she's like, oh, this. And she says it. I don't. So
Was it the Weed Cat one?
right here.
Yep. It has a great English name because I know the English and the Japanese names are both puns, but it's so much more confusing in English. It's like
Yeah,
spaghetto or
yeah,
something, or
yeah. So she's like, okay, hit me with more ones in Japanese so I can try and figure. So she was a good sport, and that
yeah, it's
I'll
fun
show
to
you the
do that
rest I
too.
got in a second. Uh, that was Charmy.
Ooh,
Charmy art on Twitter.
very cute. Is that a
Yeah,
Raichu in the back?
yeah, it was a Raichu. It's a lone Raichu, I think.
Yeah.
It's really cute.
Oh,
Yeah.
see on the left, a Famfi in the bottom.
Yep. So I had to get Nymphia and a
Oh,
Foxy. I said Mafoxy, and she figured it out right away. I was actually surprised. I don't actually know the Japanese name for Shuckle because I just know Shuckle from the memes. I wanted my
yeah.
boy Quagsire, but they were sold out.
Oh, I'm surprised they were sold out. Well, maybe they didn't
She
get
had a
as many.
lot of she had a ton of different Pokemon. Like I don't think it was all of them, but most of them, which is
It's
impressive.
still pretty crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a lot of Pokemon.
Sir Knight, Scardevoir,
Gardevoir.
Sir Knight.
Yeah.
The, that's the joke. Their name's Sir Knight, Japanese. You can look
Like
it up.
a reference to a
Yeah,
knight?
yeah. It's a French. Their design's based off a French knight.
Huh.
The more you know, and everyone wants to bang it.
Yes, especially the Mega Evolution.
But I'm a guy. And
People are
showers.
like, Galley doesn't exist.
Showers.
Oh, the other one that everyone wants to have sex with.
I don't know why. It's so weird.
I think it
I
was all
needed a
based on
water type to
the
balance out
meme.
my team. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Vaporeon meme.
and my com partner opened a Genshin box and didn't want the Lisa sticker inside, so
Oh,
it came
she
with
like
me.
Lisa. He's so
No, she knows
cute.
I like Lisa the
Oh.
best.
Okay.
And then, okay, this lady was not on. The lady who did these ones was not on Twitter. She says she has a Twitter on her card,
Hmm.
but there's like no tweets on it. So I believe that was you, was it not? I had to go to her Instagram to confirm because I'm trying to just like,
Give
yeah,
everyone a
this
shout out,
was
kind of thing.
Cookie's illustration.
Hmm.
That yours? Yes, that was hers. Her card.
Oh, that's
Her
cute.
Twitter's a lie. Her Twitter is a lie. It's just like, hello, Twitter. That's all she's got. And I'm like, could you just like, you know, I don't know.
To be fair, I wish I was like that on social media. Hi, and that's it.
That's it. That's all you get from me.
No interactions.
Yep. They had Dark Stalker stickers.
Yes.
Cookies had dark
Show
stars.
me. Show me. Yeah, Lilith. So
Yeah, I was
cute.
so happy to see these. Now, I know I took a picture to make it look like they were stuck to my laptop. I wasn't going to do that because I don't want to ruin
That's
them.
good.
I don't want to
Which
ruin
one,
them.
the laptop or the stickers?
The stickers. My laptop would be fine. I can replace the top if I need be, but if I have to replace the top because it gets damaged,
Yeah,
what am I going to do with these stickers? Anyway, Oregon? Because you gotta have both.
of course. So cute.
I love the heart. The heart's the
Yeah,
best part.
it's a great art style for them.
Oh, yeah.
Very wholesome.
Yeah, you should check out Cookie's illustrations on Instagram since they don't have Twitter to link
Mm.
to. Cookies with a Z underscore illustrations.
Oh.
Red Hood.
And
I can't
Z
remember.
for the Americans is Z.
Yep.
Oh, little hood.
I
Little
love
hood.
the bomb in one hand in the back. I remember
I
pulling it
like
out, and
that.
my roommate's like, "What?"
From this angle, it looks like she's shooting a tiny bomb out.
Yeah, she's got like the gun pointed at the bomb, but I think
Yeah,
the
that's
gun's
safe.
in the front.
Yeah,
Yeah, the gun's
I
actually in
think it's
front
supposed to
of
be
the
the
bomb.
foreground.
It's like it's a little hard to see in the camera. I think focus is like back here-ish.
Yeah,
Yeah. So moving it
very
closer can
cute
help.
too.
One of my personal favorites.
Oh, it's so good to see some love for her.
Yeah, it sucks because like no one ever does anything for her. Even
Which is a shame
Capcom.
because she's a great character. Well, I mean, to be fair, Capcom doesn't do anything with any of Darkstalkers.
Make something else with Darkstalkers, you cowards. And Felicia. Because
Yes,
of course you had to have Felicia.
of course. Yeah, kitty.
She has a little fish over her hair, if you can see it.
Oh
Like
yeah.
right there-ish. It's got little dead eyes, little X eyes. Like she was eating or
Oh
something.
okay.
It's cute. They're
Yeah.
adorable. Yeah, Artist Alley is always where you get like the most fun stuff. I got some other
Yeah.
stickers, but they're basically a gift for someone else, so and they're not like any characters anyone would know. And I'm probably boring people as I go through my con haul.
Mm.
But yeah, that was a weekend. Lots of money
Sounds like a good
spent.
time.
Lots of cool stuff
Maybe
found.
maybe you're regretting the money spent, but it sounds like it was a good time besides that.
I don't care for the money spent. Doesn't bother me that much. Like,
That's
I
good.
can always make more money.
I believe it's illegal to just print money, sir.
I just mean like I can just earn more money.
No, I know.
I'll just switch
That's a
back
good way to
to
think of it. You
this.
know, you can't make new experiences from nothing, but you can basically do that with money.
You can get more money. There's always
Someone,
another way to get money.
exactly.
So
Someone
yeah.
always wants something.
Oh yeah.
Or do we just come back to you crouching in Elden Ring, like waddling around
Elden
for a
Ring.
sec?
I don't know, just wherever I stopped off, I was gonna switch back to.
Yeah.
Um, did I miss anything besides the $100 we spent on dinner? That one. We
Was
only
it
went
at
out for
least
dinner
good
one
dinner?
night.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
I sent up pictures of it, and I tagged Sixer with it because of course I tagged Sixer with it because he would kill me
Yeah.
otherwise. The appetizer
Him
was
and
like a
McQuack are
giant.
the two for that.
Yeah, it was a giant pretzel with like
That's right. I
queso.
remember seeing that. That looks really good. I didn't realize that's what the $100 dinner was, though.
That was it was part of the $100 dinner.
Oh yeah. It looked really good.
Oh man, it was
Giant
like
warm pretzel.
drenched in butter and it had queso,
Oh.
like fresh queso. So good.
Was that just the appetizer for the meal?
Yeah, that was the appetizer. We got
Ooh,
drinks. That's
that's a
why it was so.
huge one.
That's why we had $100 because my drink was
Yeah.
like $11, and she
Yeah, for
got
some reason, alcohol is super expensive.
yeah, that's the restaurant charge. I don't drink very often, so it's one of those
Yeah.
yeah, whatever, treat ourselves.
Hmm.
And she got some blue raspberry doohickey. It was
Ah,
actually virgin.
delicious
Her drink
doohickey.
was not um alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic. Did
Yeah,
it cost a little less because of that, or did they
yeah, it was
charge
like
the
six
same?
bucks.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it was
good
like
at
six
least.
versus 11. So it's $5 cheaper because there's no
Which
booze
is
in it.
crazy.
It's
Yeah.
still a mixed drink of some description. And then dinner was the big spend. It was like we shared like this big fajita set just for two people. It came
Hmm.
with shrimp, chicken, beef, and ribs. I
Sounds
thought it was
good.
pick one. We ended up not being able to eat the ribs because the pretzel was just insanely good.
Yeah, I mean that was huge from the picture you showed me.
Oh yeah, it was
Good
massive.
size.
The two of us ate the whole thing because we had to eat that first because it was just too good.
Yeah, and plus it's better when it's warm. Can't let that
Yeah.
thing cool off.
No. Nope. 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 Yeah, we had to. We ended up taking the ribs with us. She had like a bite out of one of them, and then I ended up eating them like yesterday for stuff.
That's funny. I think it was Sunday that I had ribs, but yeah, they were really good. How
The
were
ribs are
the
still
ribs from
good.
there?
They
Oh,
were
they
good.
were.
After I warmed them up, the bones just came right out.
Ooh, very nice.
That means they were good ribs. That's just the way it
Yeah,
works.
slides right out. The meat's nice and tender.
Yep, it's
Good
perfect.
ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I'm
Coming
hungry
back
for
on my
ribs.
Xbox breaking was not good though.
Yeah,
Yesterday
did
was
that
not
happen
good.
like right when you got home?
No, it was because I didn't try and boot it up till Monday. Because
Okay.
I kind of just chillaxed, caught up on all the anime that I missed. Because I missed a lot of it. Realized
Yeah, it
that
was nice few days.
it was nice. Uh, Basically all the anime we're watching airs on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like the vast majority of it. I came back to basically everything.
Yeah, it was like missing a week of television for you.
Basically, yeah. So that would have been a good like 2, 3 hours of anime to watch, probably and a half.
Not
What do you
sure
think?
since there's no
No, a little bit
commercials to
more.
deal with.
Yeah, no commercials, like 22 minutes each.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So I have these Blu-ray rips of Madoka Magica that
Hmm.
I have on my server, and one of the files breaks halfway in the middle. I found out, so I had to dig out the disc to rip it again with the last episode so we could watch it.
Wow, that's such a
Oh,
pain.
yeah, because well, my girlfriend hadn't seen all of it, and she's like right at the end, and it's like right in the middle of there's when they're sitting in the performance hall. If you remember the last episode, that's
Hmm.
where it cut off, like right in the middle of that scene. I'm like,
Perfect. It's a great stopping point. You don't even
yeah,
need to finish
great,
after
great,
that.
great, great, great. So it took a while to fix itself, well, to get fixed. So you had to rip it, re-encode it. Not the most fun in the world. Ever
Close,
kid.
but not the most.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that was like the third really bad thing. I can't remember the first one was.
Was the not the Xbox breaking, or is that the second?
Xbox Breaking was second, and the stupid episode being broken was the third.
Hmm.
It was very annoying though. It was one of those, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah. Well, hopefully the first one wasn't too bad if you can't remember.
No, I don't remember it. It wasn't that bad. But yeah. So that was the fun and thing. She's caught up on Madoka minus the movies. Was it 3 or 4 of them now? I can never remember.
Uh,
I know
I'm
there
not
was the
sure
first
because
one,
there's a new one,
Rebellion.
right?
There's a new one
Yeah.
coming. It's not out yet, which is why I wanted to get her set up because I want to watch it. I want to watch it.
I just hope it'll be good. It's been a while.
Me too. I mean, Shaft movies tend to be really good.
Yeah. How many head tilts do you think there's gonna be?
So that's the question of the day. Are they gonna up the ante on head tilts?
I have to hope so.
I'm sure there's a bunch of people completely confused what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah.
But literally every Shaft anime, even going back as far as REC, which is the first Shaft anime I ever watched, has head
Yeah.
tilts.
If
They're
you, I
just
mean, you can just look up a compilation of like the Monogatari series and all the head tilts in that. It's like a 6 minute long compilation of
isn't
people
there
tilting their
two
head.
in uh oh my god. There's two in Madoka in the series at least.
Yeah.
The transfer student one and another one I don't remember where it is exactly. I also know something was really funny. When I was watching the second last episode of Madoka again, they're like the Supercell's coming, and I'm like, oh man, sick! I love that song. I love that band. Supercell's great. Oh Shaft. I think they did that on purpose.
Just to mess with everyone.
Supercell does really good music though.
Yeah.
Love
There's a
them.
lot of animes that do that where like the soundtrack out of nowhere is crazy amazing.
Madoka has some
I feel like
ridiculously good music.
Yeah, I feel like that introduced me to a lot of the music when I was younger. I just watch animes and I was like, now I have to find this.
Yep. Even if people still think that the original the North American Pokemon theme song is the greatest, they can be wrong.
It's good, but I definitely wouldn't say the greatest. At least for me.
I still like the Japanese one. It's funnier.
But is funnier better? That's the question.
Yes.
Just a long pause. Yes, funnier is better.
In this case,
Can
yes.
confirm.
Because the show was actually a big gag show, and they took out a lot of the good gags in the North American version.
Oh,
They did. It was sad. And then it's like afterwards became super serious. I'm like, what happened to all the character in this? And then the only gag left is the series. The dub was so bad. These jelly donuts.
I mean, I kind of love how terrible those are. Not because, like, in a good way, but they've just aged so terribly that it's become almost lovable again.
It's almost lovable, but there's so many weird things going on with localization, and it still happens. I
Yeah.
think it still taints like adaptations of Pokemon because there's a certain level of how do I say?
You, you do get some winners, though. If I put this pan on my head, instead of a frying pan, it becomes a drying pan.
I don't know what he actually said, but you miss out on all of his sexual innuendos.
I remember a decent amount still, because as a kid, I remember thinking, like,
No,
man,
no, man, you don't understand.
I thought he was a horn dog as a kid, so there had to be some stuff going on. I feel
It's
like I
some
wouldn't have just
stuff, but
picked that up.
it's not nearly as
Oh, I'm
strong.
sure. Because
I
America is
mean, the theme
terrified of
song
sex.
is through all the elements and that girl's skirt. If
Yeah,
you've never
America
heard the
is
original,
pro violence, terrified of sexy.
terrified of sexy,
Sexy is bad and scary. What will the kids think?
the band version of the Beauty and the Beach or whatever episode that's completely banned in the West because of the inflatable boobs.
There was that, and wasn't that also the Porygon episode that got banned?
No, it was
Or
not the same
the
episode. The Porygon episode did get banned. It was that one, and there was the Safari Zone episode got heavily edited because there was a gun.
Yeah, I remember because they pointed like all the guns at Ash when he came in.
Yep, and that episode is gone or whatever.
Just gone.
Yeah,
I hope
they
they
pulled it
saved the
off
memes
TV
and
or
stream
something.
text.
Is that they heavily edited or they turned it? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh. If you watch the 4Kids version of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's a bunch of
Poor
sections where all
kids in
like, "You're
general
gonna
is
come with
awful.
us," and they're all like
Yeah,
pointing their hands like this at people. That's because they had guns in their hands originally.
yeah. Four Kids is like the death of all dubs.
Yeah.
They just destroy everything they touch.
Do they still exist?
I hope not, but I'm not sure.
I don't know anymore. But they've ruined so many things.
Yes, I
OG
have.
Yu-Gi-Oh missing one of them. Because I remember picking up the first like seeing some of the Yu-Gi-Oh show and then picking up the first issue of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga and being like, did he just kill someone? He did.
He didn't send him to the Shadow Realm. He sent him to the grave.
Messed that guy up. All right, any games you played this weekend that you want to talk about?
uh, yeah, I'd say so. Recently, of course, I've been finishing up Mask of the Lunar Eclipse just because I I like the game, but I've been putting it off a bit because of all the collectibles. You know the dolls, you know what I'm talking about.
The dolls weren't that
Um,
bad. After you bought the guide,
they weren't, yeah. There was
the
also that
most
upgrade, the hearing one.
the most
That's been
annoying
helpful.
doll is the one that's in between floors in the elevator.
That one is hilarious because I didn't look anything up for the dolls. I didn't even realize that was one, but I was riding the elevator and I saw one go by. I was like, "What?" So I rode back up. I was like, "Wait a minute." And I got that. It was super lucky because I happened to be paying attention that time, and I don't know if I would have caught it otherwise. Um, yeah, the dolls aren't nearly as bad. The thing that I'm really regretting is the specters, because you have to take a specific picture at a certain time when they first appear. And I'm used to Maiden of Blackwater, where you have to be very quick. But in this one, it's not about speed, because even if you're quick enough, sometimes it doesn't count unless you do it at the right time when your camera flashes blue. So I missed a few, and I pretty sure I'm just gonna have to go through the entire game again to get them, which is unfortunate. I'm also
You
very
can't do the
excited for
best.
Diablo
You
4.
can't do the best ending with the first run through. I've heard.
Hmm. Is
Even
it
if you
because
get
you
all
need
the
something
dolls,
from New Game Plus?
I don't know.
Gotcha.
I think it's
Well, I'll
you
find
have to do the
out.
hard mode playthrough with all the dolls pictures.
Well, I'm doing that right now, but I think there's a different difficulty afterwards that I don't have unlocked, like Nightmare. That might be what it is.
I don't know, but it just has changed.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I mean, I said it before, I love Fatal Frame, but I wish the characters acted more human. Um, None of them seem to have emotions or get scared. Like, it'll be a random high school girl, you know, and she walks into a place and she happens to have the magic camera that does things without knowing it, and she doesn't really react to like the horrifying things around her. She has like a mild shock face and she's like, oh, but it's not like, oh my fucking God, that's a ghost, I'm gonna die, or anything close to that level. It's like a mild inconvenience at best. Like, oh, that is a ghost, I guess. It will try to kill me. Oh well. So I've been playing a lot of that and some Overwatch 2. But mostly it's been Tears of the Kingdom or Dragon Ball Legends on my phone. They're doing an anniversary event. It's uh, it's a good time to get in. What would you be playing if you didn't have the con? Was there anything
Um,
you were looking forward to?
I played a bit of the Darkness One yesterday, and yeah, that game's a bit of a mess. It it's so hard sometimes going back to older games
Yeah,
because they handle funny, and that is one of those games that handles very funny. Um,
yeah.
like the stick, like the look stick feels almost unresponsive with how though the senses on it, and even cranked up, it's not good.
Oh yeah, there's games I'll go back to, and I'm not even just talking about the type of controls, but like the sensitivity. I'm used to like really fast, and I go back and I'm like, I can't do this. It's so slow. Everything feels wrong.
It's not that it
Yeah,
felt wrong. I felt like I was like fighting with it rather than.
yeah,
It's not a good way for controls to be. The controls need to be fluid and good,
yeah. If they don't
but
feel responsive and fluid,
yeah,
it can
I had
be
the same
a
problem
big
with
game changer.
Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yeah. I assume you mean the original, not the remake.
No, no, the remake with the when it launched and it had the Dead Zone issue.
Oh yeah,
Now
I
that
remember
that's
you were
fixed
very angry
now,
about that.
which is good. Yeah,
That's good to hear.
the OG is just as bad, if not worse.
I guess it didn't bother me as much originally because I played it on GameCube, so like everything compared to that version felt much better handling. But I'm sure going back and trying to play the GameCube one now would
Arthur's
be a
getting
pain
an
in the ass.
android.
Who is?
Arthur from Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Arthur from Arthur.
No, never, never that Arthur. If he gets an android, the world's gonna end.
But he's got the fist close meme. I'll be honest, I grew up with that show, so I remember a few characters, but I don't remember any of the plots. I just, just remember he was kind of a sarcastic asshole. Classic Arthur. I also remember the time he cut his knee and I freaked out as a kid because I didn't like the sight of blood. And wouldn't you know it, I play violent video games and all sorts of stuff now.
Yeah, some people are different as
Oh,
kids.
time dozens. Yeah, I felt guilty as a kid. My sister was in her high chair and she fell out and she had cut her forehead and was like bleeding on her face. And instead of helping my mom out, I ran upstairs to my room terrified and closed the door to hide in there. I think I was like 4 or 5, but it super brave showing on my part as a little guy.
Damn it, someone's got it. Okay,
What
let's.
what armor is he wearing?
No, no, I meant
Classic
I
silver?
said him. Yeah, just a silver one.
Okay.
Uh, he's just up for pre-order. I don't know if he has the gold set. No, it doesn't look like he's got the gold set.
What about the blue set?
They gave him the fire though as one of his weapons.
Like a fireball?
You ever? Oh, he's
Or
got
do
the
you mean
dagger. Okay, good. He's got the best weapon.
the dagger? Yeah. I mean, if everything is basically a one shot, it's all about speed and how many you can throw, which is why the upgraded dagger was so amazing.
Well, in the original, it was just the dagger. It was so good.
Yeah.
The dagger and the that was the other problem with because I played the Genesis version first because that's what I had
Hmm.
access to, and I remember there was like a frisbee they added, and it was kind of cool because it would follow the ground.
Oh wait, I know what you're talking about. It was like a sickle, and it spun around uh
No, no, it was
in
like
like a disc
it was a
motion.
discus. It was like a disc. It had a sound and it like flew. It was like bladed disc or whatever. But if you threw it
Mm.
on the ground, it would literally follow the trajectory of the ground. And even if you shot it straight down, so you couldn't kill one of the bosses if you picked it up. And of course, because it's that game, you could pick it up right before the boss.
Yeah.
Just like the
Well, that
blue
was the
fire,
worst
you
part
couldn't
too.
beat that. You couldn't beat a boss with the blue fire because you had to shoot down at it.
Yeah. And it had that arc, and then it would just die out without burning
Well, the
sometimes.
problem with the blue fire is it was like it does the
Yeah.
flame. It's decent, but you can't make it go under a platform.
Yeah.
Let's talk about releases and Game Pass stuff. You want to start with Game Pass stuff?
Sure. We just got some news on that today.
It did. So what is coming to Game Pass? I don't think I got the Xbox one set up. No, it just with me. You didn't rate.
So for Game Pass, we have stacking, which wasn't that a Double Fine game?
Yeah, it's a Double Fine game. I'm like
Yeah.
90% sure it's a Double Fine game. I think it's an Xbox uh XBLA game.
Yeah, I believe it was. Um,
They
so
had
we
a
got
couple.
that
They had a
coming.
bunch of those actually.
Ooh. We got that one coming to cloud and console. We got Amnesia: The Bunker, which is the new Amnesia game that had originally gotten delayed a bit. That's finally coming out to cloud, console, and PC. We have Car Mechanic Simulator 2021, which
Now,
I've heard good things about, but
yeah,
it does
I've heard
seem
good things
funny.
about, but this is definitely, if it's in your wheelhouse, it's in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. A lot of people said they think they're trying
Wasn't
to strike
Hyper
gold with more Power Wash sims, but
I feel like we're having Sims and goofy games like that coming before Power Wash. I think they're just trying to hit a wider market.
wasn't Hypnospace Outlaw on Game Pass before?
Either Game Pass or a game with Gold, I remember. One of the two.
I vaguely remember seeing it on. It might have been on Humble or something too, because I did subscribe to that for a while.
I mean, I could double check, but I feel like it's familiar.
I think it's fine. I wanted to talk about the Slayer
Oh
X
yeah,
Terminal
it says
Afterlife
making a
game.
return. Sorry, it's coming back, so it was on Game Pass.
What is this game?
That's the one that looks like a Doom clone, but it has a hilarious description about we started this in high school and we finally finished, or something like that. It looked pretty cool in terms of like
It looks more like
if you
Duke
like the
Nukem to
Doom
me.
shooter. Yeah.
It might be based off uh Duke Nukem.
What's the description say again? I remember
So
it being
got what it
funny.
takes to be X Slayer, 7 weapons, blood and gore, twisted music by I don't Seepage and Psycho Syndicate,
Hmm.
and maps where you can blow everything up. It's awesome. Started making it in 1998 in high school with my friends. Now I'm 37 and I have life experience.
That's what was funny to me. It's a cute story, but it's also like so out of the blue, and it just ends abruptly. Like, yeah, life experience now. Oh,
Can I pre-install it
okay.
now? Okay, we're gonna pre-install that.
Yeah, I think it's coming tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah, that one, the Big Con and Car Sim are coming tomorrow.
BigCon is
And
not
then,
here, but it might just not be
oh,
on the store. That's why it's not here. Sometimes they do that.
yeah, I saw the picture already in the release. That one's coming to PC, console, and cloud. On the 6th, we get Amnesia the Bunker, which this time takes place in a World War One bunker. Um, and Hypno Space Outlaw also comes on the 6th. But
Yeah,
on the 8th, that's when we get Rune Factory 4 special, which is great. I recommend slash force everyone to play that. It's a fantastic game. It's also when we're getting stacking. Oh yeah, from Tim Schafer's Double Fine Productions.
I love that
Yeah.
they put his name on it, but it probably wasn't even him that came up with the idea.
Oh yeah. It's because the name carries weight.
Yeah, they probably did that
um,
before.
you can jump into 100 different unique dolls with special abilities. I just remember you can hop in and out of little Russian doll people, and each one has like different stuff. And lastly, we have Dordogne. Dordogne.
Go Doggen?
Uh, yeah, Dordogne. Dordogne.
Oh, here it is. It's on. There, I found it.
Yeah, because it's coming day one to Game
Immerse
Pass.
yourself in a unique narrative and explore thousands of summer colors in Dodogin. And
Oh, there's
it
another
switched.
Focus
Go back.
Entertainment. They're
As
doing a
you
lot with this
revisit your
lawsuit.
childhood to uncover lost family secrets in this touching journey. It looks pretty.
Oh yeah, the art style was really cool. It felt like a watercolor painting. I just don't know much about it yet. Um, and then a few quick things. Supperland had released recently, and for DLC and game updates, Super Mega Baseball 4, early access trial with EA just came out. Battlefield's getting a new expansion on the 7th, and that new Minecraft thing is coming out, Trails and Tales. And I think they added a new perk too for Game Pass, a Sea of Thieves one. And then of course the stuff leaving Game Pass is on the 15th, Bridge Constructor Portal, Chorus, which is a good one, Maneater, which is mixed, but I thought it was fun, Mortal Shell, Serious Sam 4, and then on PC exclusively, it's Total War Free Kingdoms. I think that's all in terms of Game Pass that we know. A lot of people were saying oh, it doesn't look good, or oh, why does this feel like Games of Gold? Blah blah blah. Besides the fact that there's a few great games on here, it's right before the showcase. They always do really light stuff, and then during the showcase, they announce, by the way, we have this coming, or
Yeah,
this
there's
is here
probably
now.
going to be a couple. I would assume at least one or two um Shadow Drop esque type
Yeah,
Game Pass
especially
announcements.
because
Not necessarily like a new game, probably like something
yeah,
coming to Xbox for the first time. Or
it'd be hilarious if they were like, by the way, Diablo 4. It's like, no, I just bought it. Um, yeah, I don't
unless
think they'll do something
ABK
like that.
closes tomorrow,
Yeah,
which I don't think is happening from current
yeah, I don't
news.
see it happening yet.
Yeah, soon, soon. I have
Soon
faith.
indeed.
I
Yeah,
mean, it's 38
especially after
of how
today.
many it needs? I don't know how many it needs, but it's 38 right now. Countries approve it because they just don't
Yeah,
care. There seems to
and
be the two heads spending fast. We're not going to get into it, though.
yeah, there was some stuff about it today which was good, so we might see it close sooner rather than later. That's really all that happened.
Soon, as in probably by the end of summer.
Yes, instead of the end of fall.
Yeah,
I'll take what I can get, man. It's been going on for too long, and I
too
am so done with
long.
it.
Okay, let's make with the new release and once we're done the Game
Oh,
Passy stuff.
I'll open up my thing, and
I've
you
got
can start with what you see if you'd like.
I got Railbound, which looks like some sort of puzzle game.
Was that the one with the little train I saw when I looked
Yeah,
up?
little trains and it spins around. Looks like with paradox. Kind of cool. We got
Very cute.
Undead Horde 2 Acropolis. Did we look at this one last week? I think we did.
Yes.
Yeah. It's yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that was like it was like a city builder. It kind of reminded me of
Frostpunk? Is
I
that
can't
it?
remember the game. Lucid Dreaming.
Yes, I remember the pun. Lucy Dream slash Lucy Dreaming.
Yeah, Lucid Dreaming. Slayer X Terminal Afterlife Vengeance of the Slayer. Of course. Homebody. This is the one you were talking about.
Yeah, the Game Grumps
This is the
affiliated.
yeah, this one's yeah, this is the Game Grumps one.
And I
That
remember
is
you saying the art style didn't vibe with you completely, but you were hoping that it changed in the full release or something like
yeah,
that.
it's doesn't have any anti-aliasing on it. So
Hmm.
it looks kind of flickery from what I've seen, which is something that
Gotcha.
just it bothers me. Just let me have an AA option. I get you guys want to make a PS1 style game that doesn't have any AA, but don't do that to me. Don't do it.
I
Just let me
wonder if
have an
it'll be like
option.
an accessibility kind of option. I know some games it's like you can turn off CRT filters or the noise, stuff like that, that they kind of try to
Yeah,
use to give you that
just
same
let me
vibe.
have anti-aliasing.
Um,
Yeah,
there's
because
a few
like
I've
even
seen on
watching
here that aren't
this clip
Uncharted.
here, it's just like I can just see the stair stepping,
Yeah.
and it's bad, even in that little tiny window. Look at tanks. I think we looked at sugar tanks. I've never
Yeah, I
seen the
think we
video at
went
least.
to the first, which covers the Undead Horde, Railbound, Lucy Dreaming, uh, Tartarus Key.
Paper flight beyond time. This paper airplane has gone so fast, it's now transporting through time.
Sure. It just got some paper airplane flying after that. I mean, it looks cute for what it is.
Yes. Is that like
Although
a
it's definitely lacking a tiny action figure riding in it. It's gonna lose a point for me there.
I don't know how I feel about that one. That one's also the first, and I don't know how I feel about it. Uh, speed truck racing. Which trucks?
Let's
200
see
kilometers
that
an hour. Avoid collisions. Yeah, that's not
that
gonna
was on the
happen.
second. We've got a couple games before that one though. We got Away the Survival series, and I did not buy this ticket. Uh, did we pass Zombie Derby 2?
I didn't see Zombie Derby 2, or I didn't buy this ticket.
Hmm. Let's see.
Shriek, I did not. Oh, Shriek if you know anything class. Oh. Nope.
All right. Well, that says it's the
Nope.
first. So.
I don't know if I want to type any more in. I'm getting weird results.
Mom, you
Okay.
posted weird shit in the store again. The other one was.
Zombie
Did we already
apocalypse.
say?
Zombie
Oh,
something
Zombie
you said?
Derby 2. Yeah.
Maybe if we
Zombie
can't
Derby.
find Zombie Derby 1, maybe we can find Derby 2, maybe we find Zombie Derby 1. Unless it doesn't exist. Oh, there it is. Zombie Derby 2.
Oh, that's not what I expected it to be. I expected baseball
Side
for some
scroller?
reason.
I think it's a side scroller. It is a side scroller driving game.
Oh yeah, this one looks a little bit like that. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a car game where you'd like build one in the zombie apocalypse and try to drive over stuff.
Why is there a DeLorean?
For points, you gotta have cool cars. That one probably can float.
Probably. I
Um,
mean, it might be a Sirocco. This looks like a Sirocco. They kind of look the same.
at least from that side view, yeah. Might be the Volkswagen just because the top
It's
looks a
good.
bit different.
Yeah. Uh,
Did we
Okay.
pass Killer Frequency?
The other frequency I did not see, but I mean, like, there's a lot of games there.
Yeah.
No killer frequency.
All right. The last one that I don't think we saw was Kuroi Subasa. Kuroi Subasa.
All right. KU Heroi
Yes.
Black Wings.
Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, it just says Subasa, so I don't know if it's going for the literal translation or not.
Heroi. Uh, be black. It is not here.
That one says it's coming the second. I have no idea what that is, but it is a very Japanese name. Then the next one I think I saw back there, Minabu
It
or
looks like it's on the
Guaku.
Switch right now.
Oh, like already released or coming soon?
Yes. No, releasing 2023. It is a 120,000 word visual novel. Meet cute girls and memorable characters. Anime manga art aesthetic.
Another one
Yeah,
that
when the
slips by
Blackwing
Char.
Devil left the world in brimstone, blah 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 blah. Humans. Yeah,
So that's cute.
I mean, I don't know who made it because the Switch store doesn't tell me that. Maybe it will. Nope. Who made you? Nobody. Apparently. You never
The
heard of
anime
you girls.
angels.
Blackwing Gaming.
Huh.
I'm looking quick. We're doing some research. We're doing it live.
It's always good to give people
Oh, it's
credit.
you guys. I know you guys.
Is that a good or a bad you guys?
Metallica,
Hmm.
Shockman, Replicator, Cyber Citizen Shockman is them. We looked at that one, I want to say, not that long ago.
Yeah.
Find it up, Blackwing Gaming.
Interesting. It's good to
Blackwing
see them
Gaming
putting more
gets
stuff.
me a bunch of Cadillacs.
Bunch of Cadillacs.
Yep. Cadillac Blackwing.
All right.
Just because there's a number here. I shouldn't have to go to. Oh, it's a German fake Japanese.
It's a
It's a
German fake
German made.
Japanese.
It's a German made visual novel. Kuraisbasa. Quick,
Interesting.
somebody, quick, somebody tell Brian.
I was just gonna say we gotta get Brian in on this.
Brian, it's all you, man. Brian's gotta take one for the team. It looks like it's only sell for like $5 or so if the eShop is to be believed, because it
Yeah,
is coming. It says on the eShop, and it is $5. Might be
not bad.
US. Free shipping over $50. It's digital though.
Just buy 10.
It does look a little on the cheap side because there's like they're in a convenience store and it looks like it's a picture of the convenience store with some bokeh depth of field on stuff. Uh, that's all artwork. That looks like not a real place. I mean,
Do you mean like AI generated, or do you mean like a fantasy place?
no, it's one picture looked like it was just a. It doesn't look terrible. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, slap that on the box. 7 out of 10. Doesn't look terrible.
Westport Bakers podcast says this doesn't look terrible.
That's in the video of like the trailer.
Oh my god. If it was Devolver, they would go that deep.
Yeah, exactly.
Devolver announced their
Yeah,
event.
they're doing a showcase.
It was June
Very
sometime.
excited. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's the
Devolver's always
first.
this fun.
It's
They
either
would
the
literally
first week or
quote
the
me.
12th.
I
Oh yeah,
know Devolver would quote me if I said something weird about their stuff. Be like, this guy that you've never heard of. Yeah,
exactly. They love memeing. Them and
they
In
do.
Exile do some of the best production stuff for their games and commercials.
Okay, so the second we've got the big boys, Street Fighter
Yep.
6.
And we also got We Love Katamari Reroll coming on the 2nd. Is that not in the store?
Nope.
That's surprising to me. But they have Sugar Tanks and Minabo and Speed Truck Racing.
The
Street Fighter 6 I'm
Nabo.
interested in. Not only is it a create a character this time, but they have a campaign about the create a character. So that's going to be wacky and doofy as hell.
I mean, I'll probably pick it up eventually, but I'm so inundated with games.
Hmm. Yeah, I already
Plus
got
all
the
the stuff
Ultimate
over
Edition
here
of...
I'm still playing. Like I've got a stack on the desk of stuff I'm still playing.
Yeah, like if I
No.
made a deal with myself to beat my backlog before getting a new game, I wouldn't be able to buy a new game for like 10 years.
Oh yeah, forever. But
I'm trying to make some time up though. But yeah, I got Diablo 4 coming, so I can't get SF2 right away. Hopefully a decent sale comes. Nothing crazy, you know. $20 off would be nice.
they're both the same. No, they're not the same day.
No, the Diablo 4 is the 6th, but I get to play it 4 days early.
This is the 5th. Oh, you sprung.
Yeah. So I get to play it on the either the 1st or the 2nd, whatever they decided to do.
You're part of the problem.
Well, I wasn't going to be, and then I got talked into it today in the group chat because there's a couple of people. I see the address. A couple of people that were buying it, and I'm like, well, I wanted this to come to Game Pass, but I got the $100 gift card from Xbox, so I mean, I'm not paying any of my money.
You could have bought Kuroi Tsubasa.
I can still do that. That's not hurting the bank too much.
I mean, what is it, like $40 extra?
For what?
You have to get the Ultimate Edition to get that?
Would they have 4 extra days?
Yeah.
No, you can do the digital deluxe.
Which is
But
still
yeah,
$30 extra dollars.
I saw it was a $10 difference, so I'm like, I'll just get the ultimate one. Although it is crazy that it's 90 for you. I feel so bad. Australia is also crazy with that.
Yeah, physicals are even more expensive.
Yeah, but unfortunately that at least makes sense But we were talking about earlier how they're like digital on console will be more expensive than digital on PC, and that's why we're getting rid of
Digital on PC
physical.
is more expensive because Battle.net does not have regional pricing. Moving
Oh, for this
on.
specific one, that's funny.
Yeah, it's bad. Anyway,
We got
uh,
Super Mega Baseball and Loop 8 also. Those are the only two
Loop
we missed so
8!
far.
Loop 8's this week?
Loop 8? June 6th. So technically a week from today,
That means I'm gonna have to
right?
open it up my collection edition on stream,
What's
aren't
today?
I?
The 30th?
If it shows up in time, I will show off my collection edition of Loop 8.
That'd be fun.
I don't remember what's all in it. I'm not gonna look it up. I remember there's like a plaque, one of those you put your wish on it.
Hmm.
I don't remember what it's
Oh,
called, but another thing.
Saved You a Click Video Gaming is actually bringing up a topic you just said. Kotaku made an article that says Overwatch 2's Pride event shows Blizzard's trying to do better for queers. And they said Baptiste is bisexual, Farah is a lesbian, and there are free cosmetics and a pride parade in the map, Midtown map. So, clickbait aside, apparently that's what's going on with those two.
Oh, um, Jen, it was Jen is the one who did it. Has leftovers from her AOA North stuff.
Ooh,
If you want one of those cute skip and loafer ones, or you want a Link getting the broken, corrupted Master Sword, got them on your store.
that's pretty cool.
It's GenTube at on Twitter. I think it's the same on Etsy. 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 I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I feel like I could pronounce it a million times and still get it wrong.
One of them will be right, but we won't tell you which. You have to figure that one out on your own.
Oh, she's in Ottawa. She came a long way. Gee,
Was it worth it though? Did she have a great time?
I hope so. I don't know. I didn't talk to her that much about that culture. She just did cute things.
Hmm.
She made cute art. I bought cute art. I just
Fair.
retweeted it. So if you were following me on Twitter, you want to check it out. I don't know how much stuff she's got left, but the skip and loafer ones were left over, which I'm not surprised because people are lame and don't have good taste.
Tell them how you really feel.
I mean, it's a show that has a very generic name, but man, is it good? I know we're talking about. Okay, back to because I was trying to find what you were talking about with things.
Who? Oh, I can send you the link.
Here, sorry about that quick. My head is just.
You want me to put it in Discord or in Twitch?
Discord's fine.
Alright. Here you go. Of course, it's Kotaku with the misleading titles.
Kotaku always does stuff like this. The thing is, it doesn't matter, and I feel like the whole. Give me this. I know I was talking about this earlier. I'm still on camera, it doesn't matter, right? Y'all can see me. It doesn't matter what's on my screen. But the whole thing where it's like, we can't have people have pride or whatever. We can't do this because it's just offensive to cis people. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Just stop. Don't be part of the problem. If you don't like looking at something, just walk away.
No, I don't like something, so nobody's allowed to like it.
It's like if you have a problem with like anything like that, just no. It's okay to like things. It's okay to not
You
like
like
things
liking
too.
things? Yeah. And someone else liking or disliking something does not actually affect your choice to like or dislike something. It's okay. They're not mutually exclusive.
They aren't. And that's the thing. You're never going to get someone to like everything you like. And the sooner you realize that and come to grips with it, the better your life will be. But if you haven't, but if you have a dude who you hang out with who will just never not talk about politics, maybe they should not be your friends.
Yeah. I've had a few of those. It's like you're a good person, but I cannot do this every day. It is draining my life.
Yeah, you don't need to deal with people like that. It's okay. It really is okay.
Yep.
If you
Surround
ever need
yourself
someone
with
to
people
tell
who
you it's
like things.
okay, it's me. I'll tell you it's okay. Because that's the thing. I talked to the straight guy who went, who went to the Yowie panels. I don't care. They're just people. People like whatever they want to like.
Yeah. And as long as you're not a danger to yourself or others, you don't
Yeah.
have to worry about it.
As soon as you like start hurting people or getting mad at people for whatever reason, you need to like have a barrier. If you do something to a point where it makes you so mad that you just don't want to do anything about it anymore, don't. And
Yeah.
if someone makes you feel that way, don't hang out with them. Or don't hang out with them in certain situations. There's some people, you'll learn this as you get older. There's some people that are great for certain things and not for others. Like I'm kind of multi-purpose. I can do wedding, I can do funerals, and be emotional support. Usually okay,
Hmm.
depending how close I am to the person. But like some guys can't do that. They can't. They can't go and be like a general person. They'll probably just go sit at the bar and just drink like a crazy person. It's like, do you think a regular? Just do you think you could have walked into a yaoi con a room like me with the pride and swagger of a champion and made jokes to a table full of women? I'm just curious. Like, if you don't think you could do it or feel self conscious about it, I'm not trying to oust you. I'm just asking you a
No, of
question.
course. I mean, I'm the kind of person who would, similar to you, just try to have fun with it. Like, it doesn't seem like a big deal because whatever happens there does not define me, and also, I'm in no place to judge others.
I was
Like,
literally standing next to someone who was I Deku is that character from My Hero?
the green-haired one?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she's done up as Deku and she's standing on the chair and she's like, okay, I'm like, you should do the CIA power stance. And she like we're just making jokes. They're just people. They're nerds like you. It doesn't matter if they like boy love, girl love, whatever. It's all the same. It's it's actually astonishing.
Love
If
is
you
love.
can the love is love thing is one thing, but it's the thing whether you like watching something because you like like the girl who's asking the question about how do I get people to stop seeing, you know, yaoi as exploitative.
Hmm.
The thing is that there's a subset of the LGBTQ. I always forget. There's so many letters to it now. I just don't. I forget all of them. I'm sorry. That don't want to be mainstream. They want to be off the beaten path, and they want to be. I think they just love the attention you get from fighting forever.
Yeah.
Whereas a
There's
lot of
definitely
people are,
people who get that, like, it doesn't matter if it's negative or positive, attention is attention. So they feed off that.
yeah, it might be that's what they. It might be that they don't understand that they're doing it. Because that's the thing. I get it. It's you fight for something long enough. I'm against censorship and all that, but there's a lot of these people, and they're the same people that are like, I don't
Hmm.
want. This is exploitative. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
When does something stop being exploitative and start being positive reinforcement? Like, when does Overwatch saying a character's bisexual stop being, you know, up being something
It gets to the
fun.
point too where it's like, when does it matter what someone else defines a character you like as?
Yeah.
Like, everyone's got their own headcanons and does their own thing.
Yeah. Oh man, I have all my own like weird ass headcanons. And some of them are like cross genres, cross game. I'm like, this character is this character in my head. Or they hang out. Or something like that. And nothing anyone says can really derail that from your mind.
Yeah.
So like, I definitely feel like I'm gonna have to sit down and write a thing and post something like that because it astonishes me how many people are like, no, I have to protect my thing. But I feel like trying to have a discussion like that could also be very destructive. Because there's going to be a bunch of people who are just going to be like, no, but it's this. But is it? I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to mansplain things. And that's what I hate. I'm just like, oh, you're just trying to mansplain it. No. All I'm trying to say is you can just do whatever you want. You don't have to listen to me. Like, you don't have to listen to my opinion on stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like I've read stupid yaoi comics, I've read whatever, and they didn't do anything for me like sexually. I guess is the way to put it. They don't make me excited. But you can read something and realize it's a good story, even if you don't like the genre it is.
Yeah.
And if some girl's like, and then they started banging, and I'm like, whatever. It's like, how is that different from like a regular romance novel? Or I don't know. I find as I've gotten older, I've cared less and less and less for like the porn aspect of um,
Mm-hmm.
of novels and things, and more cared about the like personal relationships instead that brewed from them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I want to. That's all I really have to say on that. It's like, people
Yeah.
want.
Everyone wants something different. It's kind of like when you put something out there, whether it's a song or a piece of art, you know, people are going to get attached to it in different ways to the point where it's not even the original person's thing anymore. They've kind of given that to everyone. So everyone has a different piece of it with them. And people will enjoy that piece that they've taken in their own ways. And there's no right or wrong for that. It's just
The Peanut
that's how
Gallery
someone
has
feels.
said they still like H games. That's okay. It's okay to like H games. It's okay to laugh at like how dumb things look. It's okay to want to play things just because you have fun with them.
Yeah.
That's
H
the
games are
thing.
fun too. The writing, it doesn't even have to be the sexual aspects. The writing can be fun. It's an escape from things. You can like things for different reasons.
You can like things because they're bad.
Exactly.
Yep.
They said sometimes it's fun to just see something ridiculous. That's what I mean by escapism. Not everything has to be exactly what you do in real life or, super realistic and hardcore. It can be goofy
Why
over
do
the
you
top
think people like
situations.
Metal Gear so much? Metal Gear is a janky, weird mess
Metal
of
Gear
like.
is the most realistic thing I've ever seen.
That's
Do you have a source to back that up, Senator? My source is I made it the fuck up. If that's
I
not
don't.
real life, I don't know what is.
It's not exactly what he says, but more or less
No, that's the Max Ore joke. I
the
don't know if you've
meme.
seen the meme that goes around. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's
Do you have
like
a source for that, Senator?
that's what I mean. Like Metal Gear kind of became popular because it straddled this line between stuff that was like really funny and things that were just like he's in a life or death situation, he's still cracking jokes.
Yeah, it feels like the Dead Rising 1 effect, where it's a very serious situation, and people are sort of taking it seriously, but they're also like throwing out dry humor jokes for no reason. And it feels so wrong, but also hilariously right. Like it just doesn't seem fitting at all. But it's not super goofy on purpose. It's just the situation combined with the acting is what's creating a goofy atmosphere. So that's why I
The-
specifically say Dead Rising 1. Unfortunately, some of the later ones leaned a little too hard into the goof.
it's a hard line to balance.
Definitely.
That's for
That's why I
sure.
think so many people don't manage to hit that with their writing. It's
I feel like too many people want to be like That's like the problem with a lot of fan fiction is like it goes too hard into trying to be super serious
Yeah,
rather than being rather than just letting like because people are cringy. People aren't perfect. They're not gonna say ridiculously
hmm
perfect things. I think that's why people find anime kind of really appealing because they'll lean into the
yeah,
cheese or they'll do the cheese in a way that is believable.
yeah. It's kind of like some of the old action movies you'd see from the 70s or 80s. They lean so hard into the over-the-top goofiness that it doesn't come off as cringy. It almost comes off as wholesome for some reason. Like it's just a
Yeah.
different kind of like commitment. And I mean, yeah, speaking of the people who are cringy real quick, and I know this guy specifically from Game Grumps. I'm not gonna say I've ever looked him up, but there's a guy called Lil Sonic, or I think he changed his name to Lil Knuckles, who wrote porn of Sonic with all sorts of women. We're talking like Nintendo, we're talking realistic women, and it's hilarious to read, not for sexual reasons, but just the writing, because not only is some of it kind of broken English, no offense to the guy, of course, but he's trying very hard to write a very intense story. So he's using a lot of very scientific names for some of the parts. But then you get back to the idea that it's like Samus jacking off Sonic the Hedgehog or something. And it's so funny. The reason I bring it up is one of the guys was doing like a serious reading of it as a joke in one of their Sonic playthroughs. And it reminds me of trying to toe that line between good writing and fan fiction and being so terrible it's funny again. Because there's a few things that reach that, and Metal Gear will probably get me yelled at for that, but there are some scenes that are so dumb they come off as almost brilliant. Um, and it's not a jab at Kojima or the story, but some of it is incredibly dumb. I think that's why it's fun sometimes. It doesn't have to be amazing top tier avant garde. Like it can just be stupid, and it's enjoyable for that reason.
I mean, there's a whole scene in Metal Gear Solid 1 where Otacon's literally explaining what an otaku is. I think that was a lot of people's first introduction to that word.
I wish it was mine. I didn't end up playing that one until later, so when I saw that scene, it wasn't like, "What's this?" I was like, "Ha, nice. We're going down this rabbit hole."
Why is it Otacon?
Those scenes were, I mean, in general, over the walkie-talkie, there were so many great lines between characters, but Otacon had a way of
I mean,
just
can we talk about
releasing
Metal Gear
this
Solid
level of
3
inner
for a
truth.
second? The notorious scene. How do I take off my pants?
Yeah, this one's for
What?
the
You a
fans.
fox
You know who you
down
are.
nuts? Like,
Oh,
my pants. How do I take them off? Or
I've come,
how does it
I've come this
taste?
far. Yeah,
Like everything was. How does it taste? David Hayter was the perfect. Like
yeah.
that's why if they don't get David Hayter back, I don't know how you're gonna do it. I probably did a really terrible David Hayter impersonation, but it's okay.
No, it was fine.
Like
Don't
Snake
beat
versus
yourself up.
Monkey. Snake versus Monkey's not coming back. I can tell you.
Well, that's the thing that I'm curious about with all these remakes. There are certain things you just could not make anymore.
Um.
The question will be, will they leave it as is? Will they try to delete the scene? Will they try to
Well, like
recreate it with
Lollipop Chainsaw,
new?
for instance.
Exactly. And Silent Hill 2, because they decided to change a bunch of things. Did you see what they're doing with the other Silent Hill one?
Oh, the
They,
one that's like interactive series.
yeah, it's like a Telltale kind of thing.
The
They
one
said
that
they're
I
letting
actually care
fans make
about
choices,
is the weird
so
one
that
in
way they
like
could change
feudal
the
Japan.
canon. Yeah, that one looks really cool that they didn't show much about with the heads exploding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just hoping
The
it's not exclusive.
oh yeah,
I
same.
don't. We need less of that crap. But I
Yeah,
have
in
faith
general.
because Metal Gear
Yeah,
isn't.
come in everything.
Yeah, Metal Gear Delta, Metal Gear Snake Eater Delta.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Silent Hill 2 is the only so far quote unquote timed remake.
If
I
it's
think
as
everything else has been.
I kind of just wish that Konami would either fix and re-release the HD collection.
I don't think they can fix it because they lost the source code. which is why it was one of the reasons why I should say it was so broken on release. Like they could obviously rewrite some of the stuff and they could fix certain things, but like for instance, the reason they have the new voice acting and the old voice acting in the same spots is there are certain things where they literally didn't have the code to put the right thing in, so they redubbed the scene with someone else, even on like the old recording. So if you played with
They lost
old
all
sound and
the like
dubs,
you lost like losing. Okay, losing source code, fine, but you lost all the source files.
apparently it's more common in Japan because they don't, not in a mean way, but they don't care as much about the source code after it's done. Like it's not uh, archived the same way. Although in general we need to be better about that. But apparently it's more common back in the day for Japanese games for that to happen.
Are we sure some private collector doesn't have the drive somewhere? Because
That wouldn't surprise me.
I feel like a lot of times some private collector comes out with it's like, oh, I've got this, and they just dump it on
Yeah,
the internet for everyone to have.
yeah. And those are always really cool. Do you remember the time when we thought we were free from all the ET Atari games, and then they found them dug up in like
I,
Egypt or something?
no, it was in where it was exactly where the rumor said it was in the Nevada desert.
That's what it was, Nevada. But that's the funny thing. There was a rumor saying in the desert you'll find the cursed copies of the Atari game, and then
Yeah,
people dug them up, and they were like,
that's
"Why are they here?"
the thing is, it's like on one hand, it's cool that they found them. On the other hand, I think it's absolutely stupid they dug them out.
Oh yeah,
Not
it's
because,
history.
well, the thing is, it's an urban legend. You just took all this, like that was the whole premise for the AVGN movie, right?
Yeah, and that's what I
And
mean when I say history. It's you're tampering with something that already has a history
well,
of something or
well,
somewhere.
it's a
Old
it's like
wives'
an
tale kind
urban
of thing too.
legend
Yeah.
that is just nothing now because
On the bright side, with urban legends, a lot of people, whether it's confirmed true or false, still cling on to it. They don't exactly listen. It's kind of like
yeah,
ghost stories sometimes.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't. It's just I'm
I know what you mean.
it was more fun the other way, that's all.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But of course, the idea that they were there meant money, so they weren't going to turn that down.
Well, I mean, what are they gonna do with them? They're in a landfill.
They were selling for a decent amount each, though.
The game's garbage,
I mean,
but the guy programmed
that's
it in
why
like
it was
no time.
selling. Yeah, it was a piece of history, like the shittiest game that almost stopped video games from existing.
Well, because
Basically, put Atari.
it's literally the poster child for you know, actually release a decent product, you dumb
Yep,
asses.
and they and the community decided it was best to dig a hole, put it in there, and forget about it, just like we do with current day problems.
Yeah,
Only we don't even dig the hole; we just pretend to forget about it,
that's
and
what I
it's
mean. Are they
the
gonna?
elephant in the room.
Are they? Did they sell them? Are they gonna recycle them like they should?
I think at least one copy went to like an archive museum equivalent for video games.
Yeah,
Like I
as
think there
it
was a
should.
donation.
But I feel
Yeah.
like the thing is that a lot of those, like, yeah, they're gonna have sentimental value for whatever people, but like Atari games are full of chips and precious metals.
Mm-hmm. That we don't have unlimited supplies of.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the downside of computer components in general is that there's a lot of precious metals involved that we're just you can't keep forever, and you're going to have to recycle them at some point.
Yeah.
Man, I'm getting on a weird tangent, but whatever. It's the weird tangent section of the show where we can talk about whatever we
Yeah,
want.
exactly.
So we done most of the stuff. I know we didn't go through all the releases, but
Yeah, well, we went through the first week. I made sure we stopped around the 7th or the 8th because I didn't want to, ruin next week's new release segment.
yeah, we did. That's not that many coming out then. But that's again, we've got the Xbox showcase coming on the. I'm going to look now. Is it the same day we're
Yeah.
supposed to record?
I think so. I
Oh
think
my
it lined
god!
up for that.
If it lines
I
up
don't
for
know
that,
what
then we're going to be
time.
live streaming it. I think.
I mean, that'd be the right thing to do.
It's the
I still
11th,
think
right? No, it's a Sunday.
it's a Sunday.
Yeah, it won't be available
What am I
for a
mixing it
live
up with?
stream.
I
I
might be
think
mixing it
it's
up
the
with
11th, right?
maybe, or maybe it's the 12th or
12th would
the
be
9th.
Monday. If it's a Monday, I don't mind moving the podcast forward to go through it and maybe get someone else from the chat in here
Yeah, let me double check.
to
It
talk.
might be Monday. I remember they're selling movie tickets, so you know they're excited about it. They
Well,
definitely are hyping it up.
the tickets they were selling, I thought they were. I went to do it again. Um, search Xbox.
Oh, okay, it's June 11th at 10 a.m. Pacific. So it's gonna be at 7 a.m. for us.
Really? Oh god, it's gonna restart by the time I'm done. By the time I'm up.
Yeesh.
I'll be able
Yeah,
to
so
watch
it's
it
gonna
before
be
work at least, so.
yeah. Well, that's definitely nice.
But I'm gonna get up. There's gonna be a bunch of spoilers everywhere because I'm not gonna be able to watch it live because I'm not getting up at 7 in the morning for that.
Oh no, wait, I'm dumb. 10 a.m. over there would be 1 p.m. for us. I mixed the two up.
Oh, do you know how long it is? I might not be able to watch all of it then.
I think they said 2 hours, but I could be wrong.
2 hours?
Because it wasn't going to be 1 hour for that and then 1 hour for the Starfield one right after. Let me see. It's at theaters for a double feature. Uh,
Oh, is the Starfield one the same day? I don't know.
yeah, it starts right after the Xbox one. They're saying it's immediately following the Xbox Game Showcase. So I'm sure the Xbox Showcase will end with something Starfield related and then just go right into it.
Maybe.
I'm
I
not
mean, it would
seeing
just
an
be like, stay
exact
tuned for
time.
Starfield.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is, I
it
kind
just
of like
says,
that they're going, because I kind of don't want to watch the Starfield thing too much. I
yeah.
kind of want to go
Well,
in
it's the same
blind.
with the Final Fantasy 16 thing, where it's like, stop showing me so much. Let me enjoy it. You're ruining too much surprise. I like having a basic idea, and then that's it. I want to explore. Yeah, let's see. It says the showcase is focusing on Xbox games as well as game updates from our partners. June 11th, variety of outlets, 30 languages, and American Sign Language and British Sign Language. I didn't realize there were different sign language
I
versions.
know from watching the silent voice, I can tell because I kind of figured out what she was doing with some of the gestures
Mhm.
because they're supposed to look like hiragana. That yeah, different languages would have. So
I like to imagine the only difference between British and American is you sign with a Cockney accent. You just hear what they're saying with a very thick accent.
oi,
Exactly.
oi. Okay, it's a little ridiculous, but
Uh, oh yeah,
yes,
we
it's
like
good.
jokes here.
We do like
Oh,
jokes
I
here.
feel bad for Corey though. It looks like Australian time. It starts at 3 a.m.
Oh god, I hope he doesn't stay up for it. But knowing
Yeah,
him, he might.
Japan's 2. Yeah, he might be like, "Oh, I was planning on staying up anyway, so might as well." They're doing some spots around the world too. They're doing FanFest in LA, Mexico City, Sao Paulo, Melbourne, Warsaw. Yeah, virtual and in person. That's cute. They always do a good show.
Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be a good show
Oh yeah,
indeed.
They even specify, they said, join us for new surprises and first looks from our incredibly talented internal studios and our many creative partners around the world. This is the day gamers were waiting for to see what's coming to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. So that alone makes me think they're going to be some big Game Pass announcements. Will we have Shin Megami Tensei like everyone's hoping for? I want to believe.
SMT?
I can't confirm anything, but I want to believe. Because apparently the insiders have been saying crazy things like everyone will leave with their mouths open, blah blah blah. But at the same time, they said similar stuff at the PlayStation showcase, and that was awful. Granted, they're saying things like, "Well, the things I saw didn't show up there. I don't know why." So maybe they still saw cool stuff, but the same thing could happen with Microsoft, where it's like, I knew there was cool stuff coming, but they didn't show it. So I want to believe it'll be good. And they seem confident. They were memeing on PlayStation seconds after their showcase ended. They're selling fucking tickets in theaters to people. They're having
Yeah,
live
but the
in-person
tickets
events.
were, I think the tickets were for free, but you had to pay just to
Yes,
reserve your seat, and they give you a $10 voucher
and
for the Xbox
yeah,
store.
popcorn and snacks and stuff are included also.
Yeah.
So it was like you reserve your seat, and then you get money for
Yeah, you get
merch
an Xbox
and
voucher. Yeah.
yeah, which is cool. I was even invited because I'm in the FanFest Insider program and all that, so I got a nice invite early, but it's not happening anywhere near me. And well, I mean, one of the little live shows, isn't. I'm sure I could find a theater near me, but I'm not in the mood to go alone at 1 in the afternoon on a Sunday. I'll enjoy it in the comfort of my home and watch the stream probably with the group
I
chat.
mean, it could be sick, but yeah,
Oh,
if it was
totally.
on a Monday or Tuesday, I would have offered to live stream it and hopefully grab someone else to be in on the
Yeah,
stream.
definitely. Nux
But
would have been a good one for this.
yeah, or if Nux wanted to host it, then I'd be okay with going with Nux. But Nux has got a big following on this, but
Yeah,
that's not here nor there. That's fine.
it's
Um,
everywhere and
so
nowhere.
I was pondering this week. I mentioned it in chat. So uh, the the port beggar, the council's choice, or whatever you want to call it for next.
Hmm.
What did they call it this year? I don't remember. Our big vote at the end of the year.
Yeah,
We're gonna do it live. I've decided we're gonna do
I
it
think
on
that's a
the
good
stream
idea.
here. We can announce, we can clip stuff if we need to, but have chat going. But I think we're gonna do it on stream. I'm
If we
kind
do
of
it
working
live,
out
I
how
know a
it's gonna.
couple people who. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how stuff's gonna work. I'm trying to think early because half a year is gonna fly by, and then I'm
Definitely.
gonna be in the same thing. Like putting, getting all those surveys out and that, and getting all the things back in. Luckily, Google Documents makes it better. If we
Mm.
want to have non-Game Pass categories, I think we're gonna have problems with people who haven't played games, so it might skew data.
Hmm.
So I'm not 100% sure on how we want to do that. We can talk about it openly. We can talk about it internally, whatever. But
Yeah.
definitely
I.
this year we're having a horror category. There's no
Yes,
if,
that
ands,
is
or buts
my
about it.
category.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yes. Representation. Um,
Well,
I can definitely get a few people to come too and talk about their games, like indie wise, and I know some people that could voice opinions on anything we're doing too, if we decide to go that route.
well, I would love to have them on. I don't know how much traction and viewage we're gonna get. It might be a little. It'll be more structured than our usual podcast,
Mhm.
but for
I
sure.
mean, the good thing about these is that people can watch them back. So one day, if we do get more popular, people can still enjoy these now.
Yeah, as long as they have fun with them. That's the thing. I don't know
Exactly.
if they're great or they're not great. We learn as we go. Big D
People can
energy and all
always
that.
shoot us ideas too, like, oh, I like when this happens, or maybe you could fix this. And as long as it's actual criticism and not just people being assholes, we're
Yeah,
probably likely to listen.
I'm still trying to look at how you do timestamps for stuff But
Yeah, it's hard with Twitch.
with Twitch, it's hard for sure. It'd be nice if I could just do a thing, but it's not just a thing I can click and then suddenly it keeps track of stuff. Um, right. Yeah. Now, do we know? That's the thing, though. I feel like the JRPG of the year is like there's like nothing. We've got what Ni no Kuni 2. We've got Loop 8 coming.
Well, we're going to
Persona
have
3 and 4.
Dragon Quest.
Is Dragon Quest this year? Is
Yeah,
Dragon Quest Dia? I just don't
I
want
think
there
it's
to
in
be.
September.
I think you're right.
I feel like it was either September or October, but I think it was September.
Dia no Doppelganger. It is indeed. Oh, it's a remake. Oh no, it was a manga?
Yeah, that character is one of the big uh characters in general with the anime. I think
It's a shonen jump. It was a shonen jump. Yep.
yeah.
Welcome to that lovely shonen anime. Shonen. It had a TV series in 2020, yes. And the game is indeed coming out in September, it appears. Unless it gets delayed.
Yeah. Here's hoping it doesn't.
Oh. Yeah, launches in September. It's based off the anime, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's a. Wait, is it really like Big Adventure? Hold on. Now I'm curious. Now I want to know why they call it Die. But the manga for a second. No, it's Dino. Daiboken. Yeah. It is indeed a big adventure, but it's Dai's big adventure? Daidoboken? Dai written as in katakana and Daiboken? Okay. Boken. Alright. That's weird. But the game's coming, yep. That's the thing, so. Was it like a regular Dragon Quest one, or is it more Warriors-esque? I didn't glean a lot from the footage they showed.
I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't look like it's turn-based, but I don't know fully how it'll handle if it'll be a Warriors-esque. I always forget what it's called too.
Well, they
There's
had a
name for
Warrior.
the Warriors
Heroes
type
was there.
games.
Heroes was theirs. The Warriors-esque one.
Yeah, there's a name for Warrior-esque games though, and I totally forget.
Musume? Muso?
Muso, that's it. Yes, I was like, it's not Muswif. Muso, yes. So I don't know if it'll be a Muso type game or if it'll be uh ARPG and like the Ys kind of games. Unsure.
Yeah, it is Muso.
Muso.
Yeah, I got my hair. My hair. Yeah, it's here.
Do you say all of my hair is here?
Oh damn, he got his hair back, boys. It never went anywhere. I've had it
I
for a
thought just
while.
out of yeah, I thought just out of nowhere you were like, oh yeah, got
Go
all
look
this
at the
hand.
yeah, go look at the chat
I
every once in
was,
a
but I
while.
had it in a window in window because I was checking something, and it gets rid of the chat when you do that for some reason. So I had to zoom back in.
Hey,
Who's calling you out?
anything else crazy happened this week that I missed? Because I missed a lot of stuff with at the con because I didn't have good internet and I'm also like doing other things.
Hmm. No, I don't think there's any big stuff. I think it's all coming. I think we went over most of the quote
Yeah,
unquote big things.
I saw the Alone in the Dark stuff just before I left.
Yeah.
As long as yours? I don't know. How long is yours, Mike? Mine goes down to nipple.
That sounds bad out of context.
That would have to go up to nipple, but that's not what we're talking about. It's talking about hair. So nothing else
Just
really the
cracking my
weekend?
back. I mean,
Swearing.
the we talked
Oh,
about the new releases. We talked about free showcases.
yeah, the three showcases that honestly are just like the primer for the rest of what's coming.
Yeah. Howdy,
It's
Mike.
Justin. It's Justin. He played Overwatch with us a couple times, I think. Was Mike there?
Yeah. Uh,
I think you were there. You played with us before. I'm pretty sure you were there, Mike.
I added him.
What's your tag? Be nice.
Mm,
He's trying to remember. He's probably gonna boot
is
up
it?
Overwatch right now to find out what his tag is.
I feel like it's just my name and then some mumbo jumbo
Oh, it's
afterwards.
99,000 with different numbers.
I think. Let me boot up Overwatch. Let me check. Boop, boop, boop. Disconnect from the server. Oh god, it was in quick resume this whole time. It's been a few days. Blah, 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 blah.
It's
Cool.
going
Something about
okay.
endorsements.
We went over the disappointing Sony showcase that happened earlier, and all the showcases that were kind of actually all of them were kind of lackluster for being honest.
Yeah.
Even Skulls, like, but Skulls was never really like the biggest showcase.
Hmm.
I mean, they showed a movie trailer for Gran Turismo. I talked about,
Yeah, I got him on here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah, see, he's
Hockey
got you,
Mike has
Mike.
been
Hockey
offline for
Mike.
6 days. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
but we've
Hockey
definitely
Mike.
played.
See, you played with him, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of the preface. It's Microsoft's game to lose now, really,
Yeah, and
or
it'd be hard
win,
for them to lose,
depending.
but it is still possible. It could really go both ways. No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, I wonder though. I do wonder of what Xbox has to show, if SMT is actually going to be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, whatever it is they feel confident in, so they must be showing something they think the community really wants. Because at this point, I feel like they don't care if something's big or small. They know they need to do something that makes the community happy. So if they're taking
So
a victory lap already,
if we're guessing what studios think are going to show up. Well, actually, there was a teaser tweet about that I saw.
who?
Xbox.
Oh,
I believe it was Xbox Game Pass, Twitter. I believe it was one. It was Game Publishing.
was it Xbox or was it the Game Pass counter guy?
No, it was official X. It was one of the official Xbox. I just saw it. I shouldn't close stuff, but I do because you know, like I clicked off for something else. Is the glitter one? No. Who had the thing? Was it publishing?
It was all in your head.
It's not all in my head. Was it in my likes? I think I liked it. Let me check. Besides my ridiculous new profile picture. uh, someone link it? I don't have it. I hate when I like stuff and it gets unliked.
Yeah, it's consistently annoying.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah. I just scrolled past the picture and I thought it was way more lewd than it was.
From the corner of your eye.
Well, I was scrolling through it. It was the jury one in chat.
Mm.
Okay, it was not after. If it's not before the weird Digimon video I linked that no one responded to because it's just too weird. What's this? I saw it. Oh, wait, look at Game Pass. Game Pass? I'm gonna find it. Because they had stuff. But do you have any stuff you really, really want to see?
I would love to see something from the JRPGs that skip us, of course. But what I would really love to see is a cool IP that is unique and refreshing and creative that doesn't just feel like some corporate suits decided to throw some crap together that they knew would make money. Um, whether it's single player or multiplayer, it doesn't need the battle passes, it doesn't need microtransactions. Just something that feels passionate from game devs. I feel like we haven't had a passionate AAA game in a long time. We've had indies and AA stuff that's been good, but a lot of the AAA gaming just feels very corporate lately, which is frustrating. Um,
Honestly,
in general.
of all the first party publishers, Nintendo kind of kills it for stuff that's not.
Definitely.
But Microsoft's better than Sony, I would say.
Yeah. I
Because we
mean, the
get
games
games
might
like
not always be,
Psycho. Like,
yeah,
I know
we might not
Psychonauts.
always get the big hits, but it doesn't feel like a corporate cookie cutter, setup for each one.
Yeah,
Like God of War, The Last of Us, Uncharted, Days Gone, they all feel very similar in how they handle and how they play, the color gradients. It's all kind of dark, moody, blues and browns. It's just it feels like they kind of mush together a bit. I'd also love a crazy new horror game. Horror and fantasy JRPG are the two genres I'd like to see a lot from recently. I also would not be mad if I saw a banjo appear. I
I
don't
think
think
if a
it's
new
likely,
banjo
but
gets, I think if a new banjo shows up, there's gonna be a bunch of Nintendo port beggars. They're gonna be so
oh
upset.
yeah. And that's the thing. People are like the PlayStation Showcase sucked because it's all multiplats. That's not why I think it sucked. Um, because if there's a
No
lot of
gameplay.
multiplats at the Xbox One, exactly, that was a huge one. If there's no, I wouldn't say no exclusives. If there's very few exclusives at the Xbox One, I still wouldn't care as long as what they show is good games that are all coming to the platform I have. Um, maybe it's because I don't get to play all the third party games, but I don't care as much about exclusivity. Like a game is not better if less people can play. So it's more about the game that we get and not who gets the game, in my opinion. And I know it's different for everyone, but my expectations will not be based on who can and can't play the games that they show. My
No, I
expectations will be if they're fun games.
yeah, I don't. Exclusivity matters very little to me. I just think that if Banjo comes back, there's gonna be a bunch of old school Nintendo people who are not happy about it. if it's not
Mhm.
playable on Nintendo platform. And I'm not trying to say that to be rude. I'm just trying to say it's the truth. It's just there's gonna be a bunch of people who are mad about it. But I think that Microsoft has made enough um, peace with Nintendo that it would come eventually, if not right away.
Yeah.
Maybe not right. Maybe not right away. It might be a cloud thing, but
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
like they did with Lucky's Super Tail,
Yeah.
because it's a game that fits on that, and they let the studio do that. So I don't know who's gonna come out with who would make the new Banjo game, but someone would.
Yeah. And I think platformers are at an all-time low in terms of how often we see them. Um, and if people are so crazy about the remakes and remasters, let's get some of the old stuff. I would love to see a Billy Hatcher remake out of nowhere. That would be great.
I
Custom
don't.
Robo is
Billy
amazing.
Fat. Do you think Sega really shows? Does Sega have their own showcase? I should check.
As far as I know, they haven't said anything, but they're close with Xbox, so I'm expecting a
I'm not
lot
saying
of
that they're
stuff to
not.
show up.
It's just I want to see if they announce something. RGG had one.
Yeah.
Ryugagoto. I'll say RGG because it's people know them as RGG. Ryugagoto means not much to most people.
Yeah.
Hedgehogs. Real hedgehog. There'll be Anime Expo, but I do not see. No, they have not announced a. I know that Studio did announce one, and it was where was it? If that is the 15th, is RGG's.
Hmm.
So we'll see some more Yakuza stuff, so I can try and convince myself to finish being a good house husband in Like a Dragon Ishin and finish the story, so I can get ready for whatever's coming next. Because I'm really interested in Yakuza 8 or Ryuga Goto 8. How are they gonna name it? Like a Dragon 2? Is it just gonna be whatever's like a dragon now? It's gonna be like a Dragon 8?
Like a dragoner.
Are they gonna shoot whoever decided to name the game Yakuza in the first place?
Do you say show or shoot?
Shoot.
Yes, they're gonna have the actual Yakuza come in and take him out.
He's gonna have to chop off his pinky.
Yep. They're gonna beat him up like a dragon would.
The thing is that the title Yakuza kind of makes no sense in the context of the game. And I think it makes you think it's gonna just be like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, if you never played it before, that's probably what your idea is. You're like, oh,
Like a
Japanese
Dragon is a much
GTA.
better title, even though it's not what someone would expect to be.
Mhm.
It's because of the tattoo. It's the tattoo, guys.
Tattoos.
Which are kind of frowned upon in Japan, but that's what it is.
What, tattoos? Yeah, it's
Yes.
seen as like I mean, it's the same with dyeing the hair and all that. It's like, oh, well, you're a rebel.
Hair
You're a
dyeing,
punk.
not so much, depending on your depending on the color. Like if you pick something fluorescent like blonde or
Mhm.
something like crazy colored, yes. If you're
I like
like
that blonde is considered crazy colored, but yeah.
they don't uh natural blondes are not
Oh yeah, not
blonde
in
is not a
Japan. It's
Japanese.
mostly brown, dark brown,
If
black.
you're natural blonde, you're one of your parents is a foreigner in
Yeah,
Japan, probably.
you're a
So
halfie.
a lot of it's they don't call it that. I'm just
I know.
the the thing is it's just you would stand out a lot. So one of my pen pals, she dyes her hair brown,
Hmm.
like walnutty, chestnutty color, because her hair's black naturally.
Yeah.
So it's not like hair dyeing is completely and utterly frowned upon.
But
It's
you know what
just
I mean. Like when you hear dyeing your hair here, usually it's if you have blonde, you go black. If you have black, you go blonde, or you do a color. Like most people don't dye it a different shade of black and brown. At least not here.
they'll go for something crazy. I've seen a lot of grandmas
Yeah.
with like blue or whatever.
Oh God, yeah. We have Scooter Lady in our state. She goes around. She's got a different rainbow colored hair every now and then. She rides her scooter around like an electric one, crazy old lady, and she just starts shit with people. She steals a lot too and gets thrown out of stores. She was like the high school rumor everyone had a half a decade ago or a decade ago now. God, I'm 29. Yeah, a decade ago. And people after they left and were in college and then going into their lives with work would bring her up now and then, like, you know, Scooter Lady, that's crazy. We know about her. It's like, dude, I've seen her. I've literally seen her going around. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
she's constantly
crazy.
getting thrown out of places. Everywhere's got their myths, and I love. Sorry, I had to cut myself off. I love that you're just like, fuck this guy. I have to report him really quick.
No, he threw the last round. We could have tried to hold, but he walked right into their team and just got killed.
Yeah, I had to report someone recently because they literally announced that they were going to throw because they didn't like us, and then they threw, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're complaining that the team was bad, and then after like a quarter of the first match, you're like, you know what? I'm gonna throw the
People
entire game."
people are weirdos. That's all I can
Yeah,
say.
we're like 4 minutes into a match, and he's like, "All right, I'm gonna sabotage this team. None of you deserve a win." It's the same game we had a guy who was like bronze and was for some reason in a diamond game.
It's so weird. I don't know how the matchmaker works sometimes. It's hypothetically
Or it
possible.
doesn't work.
The matchmaker's weird and I don't get it, and I wish they'd be a little more clear on it. Quick play in
Yeah,
particular can have games that are so unbalanced it's not real. And you'd
yeah,
think with how long it takes sometimes to get into a match that it would be
yeah. They'd be trying to do something and not just
oh
wasting your time for 10 minutes and
another
then
fake
throwing
looking
you in.
showcase. Okay, it was Idle Sloth. Put it up.
Hmm. Do we know how reliable that is?
It says it's fake. I don't know.
Ah,
I thought it was
then
like
the answer
I
they
thought it
know
was one of
good.
those cheeky posts that they put up sometimes.
Hmm.
I just saw it briefly before.
Yeah.
Yes, best girl.
Well, I have no doubt about that since you weren't able to find it very quickly.
Yeah, it was on the official one, so I was like, yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Risky's Revenge. Just past that.
Risky's Revenge is a good game.
Yeah. Tears of the Kingdom has been flooding my life lately.
People are
Between the
talking about
game and art.
Fable.
See, I'd love to see Fable, but I am not confident they're going to show anything
I'd
because
rather they not show it
they
till
haven't
it's
talked
ready.
it. Well, exactly, they haven't talked about anything yet. Like if
I
they've been
feel
leading up a little bit, I'd
they've
feel
been
more
hiring a
confident.
lot for it, so I don't think it's anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's more so
Hellblade
that
2? Avowed? Avowed, I don't know.
Avowed would be great.
I think Avowed's next year.
Yeah. Well, do you mean in terms of release or in terms of talking about it?
Release and talking about it. I think they've learned from the don't do 12-month thing.
That could not have blown up worse in their face between the internal delays and the external delays. Everyone was hyped because it was like, oh, dude, Team Cherry put their Soak song on there. And then Team Cherry has an indefinite, like, they don't know when it'll come out now, and people are blaming Microsoft as if it's somehow their fault.
I mean, you get a cross wire, or maybe you hit a massive snag.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could have been they hit
People
a
forget,
massive
too,
snag.
COVID still affects a lot of things. Things that got delayed, even if it was just a little bit.
delayed everything because a little bit applies to the next one. That little bit applies to the next one. Plus,
Yep.
some of these studios are dumb in how they allocate their resources, and a little bit of delay here might mean they shift everything for this project to something else to stop
Yep.
that delay,
That's why
which
I'm
means there's
like,
now negative progress on something.
that's why I've been kind of saying we probably see one of the two games that Double Fine was working on, but I don't know
Yeah,
anything about either of them.
exactly. And I'm not using that as a justification. I'm still frustrated when there's delays and people can't release things on time, but I do understand. It makes sense. COVID entirely stopped the world for a while.
It stopped
People
the world
were
for a
losing
while,
jobs.
but the other problem with uh COVID, I would say, and like it's been the long term issue has been that everything had to change because of it, and
Hmm.
because everyone's suddenly like the whole world's changed, timelines are different, so people aren't 100% sure how release schedules are going to work.
Not just that, the economy got super affected. Sending supplies from different countries got super affected. The prices of things have gone up. The ability for people to just go anywhere was very limited. So meetings got pushed. People for hirings, got pushed. It sucks, but it really affects everything, especially on the corporate level, where they need to be doing crap around the world and get, supplies from different countries. Certain areas were like, well, we're shut down right now because we're dealing with COVID, or you can't come here to check on this product because no one's coming in or out.
We
Like, it
still have
sucks, but
zero idea when the rest of the new anime is going to air.
yeah,
For one, it literally stopped airing in winter.
yeah, they
We've
just
gone
haven't
through
even
a
talked
whole
about it since then.
season and we're still at like episode 8, I want to say is the last one that aired.
Yeah,
And the thing is, it's like I get production delays happen, but what is going on with it? Like people have been like
yeah,
every week
usually,
it's like when's is it gonna air?
yeah,
I've seen
usually they at least say something if it's gonna be this long.
I've seen so many memes in so many languages about it because it's so crazy. It's like
Yeah.
what? Why is it why is it not airing? Like what happened?
Now, I don't want to say this is a typical Square publisher fumble, but I mean,
I wonder if okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna maybe say something that's a little bit mean right now, but I wonder if with Japan getting hit as hard as it was, and a lot of people not having computers at home in Japan, that just being like a
yeah,
thing. People don't have high powered computers at home. A lot of people would have laptops.
yeah. That's
They're
one of the
actually just
reasons
getting a
handhelds and
resurgence.
consoles do so well.
Yeah, they're getting a surge of PC gaming is starting to get very popular in Japan because of things like the Steam Deck.
Yeah,
So, um, I think they were affected more because they don't make computers in Japan. They make
yeah, and you can't
parts.
just
Like
go to a
I think
PC
Kioxia
cafe.
Kioxia is still there, but Kioxia just makes NAND flash that gets turned in elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a completely different setup, and people forget that. They think everything's like their home country or their area, but
Yeah, stuff's
everyone's
more
affected
expensive in
very
Japan
differently.
too for computer hardware.
Yeah.
Like Kaden was tweeting about the Yeston. I was like, these are brands you've never heard of before, but I know about them because I'm plugged in on that stuff. Like Yeston GPUs were out of stock. That's a Asian brand. I think it's Taiwanese, maybe
Hmm.
mainland China. They sell in mainland China for sure, but they they make a lot of like cool looking grab. Like they're really cool. They're like all different colors and waifu ones. Hmm. I'm not kidding. They have a waifu card. You can look up Yeston.
Well,
Exactly as you think it's spelled.
they have the exact same realization America did with the sex sells, but they also don't care who sees it, which is great. I mean, I know they have like at blood banks little waifu cutouts that are like, give us your blood, like you'll help people, and that's the advertisement, and people are like, hell yeah.
Well,
More power to
I have nothing against. It's like blood based, whatever. It's fine. But I, the thing is, it's like if that's what people like, why change it? We did the exact same thing.
it. Yeah.
Like a was a drug weird. It's like anti-drug thing from like the 90s. That's all the Saturday morning cartoon characters.
Yep. It's all the same shit, but people are dumb and they don't realize it.
It's like this has always been like this. Does it just make
Yeah.
sense?
I mean, mascots exist for literally that reason. You
Yeah.
associate something with the product. Although, speaking of remakes, real quick, since we're talking about Nier, Drakengard would be a really
Drakengard?
cool. Drakengard? Did I say it wrong? Draken? The
I thought it was Drakengard.
it
Just
could
to
be.
sound German.
I've never heard
Sorry.
it pronounced. No, no problem. That would be a really cool. In the same way that Sony was like, we'll do Demon Souls and reintroduce the series in that way, for new players. Having
If Rin's still
Drakengard,
here, you might have triggered her with with Drakengard.
I've
I
never
don't know.
heard it out
I like
loud.
saying it like some sort of weird
Like Dracula.
I don't know. I think it's just drilled into me. It's one of those the way I pronounce it is just drilled into me after so many years of speaking English.
Why does Rin sound familiar? I don't think I've met them, but their name sounds familiar.
I'm not gonna oust her here.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. My bad. I'm just like thinking out loud of like if I've met this person or not.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those two.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason that games like Soul Hackers 2 are kind of a bit of a mess is because of COVID.
Oh yeah, any game that was either going to release around that time and got delayed, or was just getting started around that time, um, yeah, people didn't think about how that was going to get affected. They were just like, you need to push the shit out the door. It needs to get done. I think that's one of the reasons Halo came out the way it did too. Don't get me wrong, there were a lot of reasons that Halo was rough, but it was
Well,
really
the
polished.
contract workers, I wonder, like, man, I would love to get a documentary about what the hell happened there.
Yeah,
Like, it's not we're not
because
gonna hear about it for years because it's
oh
gonna.
god no.
But when we finally hear about it, it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, when our kids, we're on our deathbed, like, are they talking about Halo? And the kids are like, what the fuck is a Halo? And it's like, yeah. Meanwhile, that's 9 years from now. Old man.
We're going to show
Um,
the.
no, go on. I didn't mean to cut
We're
you
going
off.
to show this great trick shot from. Yeah.
Check out this heckin' 360 no scope. First, I'm gonna throw a grenade at the sniper and bounce it to me, and then I'm gonna heckin' spin around.
Yeah.
Boom, headshot.
Boom. I don't know. It's interesting. I do hope that we'll see more interesting games. I really want there to be something, more than one something's Japanese at the Xbox showcase. Something like Honkai Rail or Genshin
Yeah, those would be great.
Genshin
That
Impact
was one
getting
thing I was sad
announced.
about. Seeing at the Sony showcase the Tower of Fantasy thing, they didn't say what it was or if it was exclusive or not, and I was like, man, I have friends that play Tower of Fantasy. I'd like to play that on my console, since my phone is almost on fire trying to run it because some of these games are insane. Um, and the
Yeah.
gamepad doesn't work as great on the phone version. I'd like to play that, and then it shows that and doesn't tell us anything. And I'm like, oh,
Well, you
okay.
can play it on PC. Don't you have a computer? Like, I don't get people.
Don't you guys have
The,
phones and computers?
the thing is, I
Although,
get where it's coming from, but computers are getting like a mid-range GPU is $500 now.
Yeah, like I have a nice computer. It was $1,000, but I also got it like 3 or 4 years ago now. So I mean, it can only do so much. I'm not getting an upgrade anytime soon. I like what it can do, and it's fine. But when you hear shit like, "Don't you have a computer?" It's like, yes. Do you mean don't I have the latest graphics card, or do you mean don't I have a computer?
I
Because those are
mean,
different.
the
I mean, you saw
whole
Forspoken specs.
yeah,
That was a shit show.
that's the thing. Like, my computer could probably handle a lot of games, but because of the 2080 in it, there's probably a bunch of games that will chug along or get weird issues.
Yeah.
I've been watching I watched the coverage of the new graphics cards mostly because if anyone asks me, because I get asked a lot about stuff, I like to know
Mm.
what's the up and up, and I kind of feel like I'm one of the guys that people come to when they have computer questions because
Mm-hmm.
I'm somewhat in the know about them. And
Yeah, it's good.
apparently, 8 gigs of video RAM is not enough for anything other
Yeah,
than
now they're trying to
1080p.
do
But even 1080,
16.
but even 1080p, 8 gigs of video RAM is just not keeping up.
Mm-hmm.
So, uh, like they're like Cyberpunk was one, Last of Us remake was another, and it's just the like even when you're running it at low settings, you're getting texture pop in, and it's like,
Yeah.
what is this? It's like this is supposed to future proof you. That's the thing. Like you buy a card, right? It's supposed to last you a few years. If it can't play some of the more demanding games today, then what
Yeah, it's
happens
never gonna
in
last
5, 10 years?
3 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, when suddenly the low specs are last year's high specs, you know?
Yep.
And this is the problem. It's
But
the
people
big
don't
problem.
care about that. They like to bitch and moan about why, you should have all these nice things, but you still have to upgrade every year, and it's not ready for what's currently being done. But then they want you to spend more money next year to do the
Oh
same
yeah, and all
thing.
the PC ports that are just trash,
Yeah.
like just literal garbage.
Yeah.
They're just
It's
absolutely
been rough.
terrible. I don't know.
Yeah. And, like, again, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's weird that a lot of the recent PC ports from Sony have been so rough.
Well,
I want to believe it's
we'll
just a
have to see
mistake.
how Ratchet and Clank is. We really will.
Yeah. And I say that not because I want them to fail or anything, but it is weird that like all these other companies are able to put, for the most part, functional PC ports, and then all the Sony games
Xbox
out
has
of
been
nowhere.
very good about their PC ports, in my opinion.
Yeah,
There's only
they
been a
really have.
couple. I've had a couple weird issues. There's a couple weird issues with Halo Infinite, but like basically all the other ones, the Coalition basically has the blueprint on how to make a good PC port for an Unreal Engine game. Like
Yeah.
they basically write the book on it. So, and no one else does it right. There are so many Unreal games that come out and have the same issue. That's why a lot of people hate Unreal Engine on PC because they
Yeah.
all have the same bloody issue.
Can't really blame them for that.
It's just silly. It's dumb and I don't like it.
Huh. I wonder if something's up with Twitter. For
I
some
can't
reason
reply on it.
I can't play any videos.
Read on your phone, exit and read them.
Yeah. I did that. Nothing has changed. Super strange. Although it's messing up when I try to interact with photos too. Once I click it, I have to hit the back button. It won't let me slide to do anything. Not sure what's up.
Lame.
Yeah, it's doing that bug. Love to see it.
Yeah. But it smells like dinner's almost ready, so we're gonna sign off here.
I do have one quick thing to say, which was funny. The guys in the chat were quoting. Someone tweeted, My favorite part of the case management hearing was the CMA lawyer asking if they hypothetically made a catastrophic error, can they pivot to a new case against the deal? Things have been goofy.
I don't even know, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know. It's been a wild ride on that front, and it's still gonna be a wild ride for. It sounds like a few more months.
Yeah, at least we have foam stars and fair games to look forward to.
I'm just hoping Xbox comes and shows some stuff that just blows things out of the water.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And I see what
Just something to give the people hope.
I really want to know what. Oh my god, why am I blanking on their name? Why am I blanking on their name?
Oh god, did you see the new merger timeline chart?
No.
Uh, they added a few things, but it was from April 24th to August 7th, where it's like, here, let me just send you the picture. It'll make more sense that way. Oh, it's not letting me save the picture again, so I'll just send you the link. Since Twitter is being a
No,
pizza.
it's not like I have two monitors, like 4 million monitors in front of me. I'm in space. I live in the future. There you go, updated timeline.
Future.
Yep, I was right. Dinner's here. We can go look quick, and then I'll
Ooh,
get to dinner. Ooh, what
sounds
is it?
tasty. Much food.
Did I just? No, I did not. Okay, good. All right, let's look at this quick. FTC trials and
Because as far as I know, they said even though there's a deadline with the Activision thing, they'd be willing to push it a bit if they could guarantee what would happen. Because
the thing
we
is
know
with the
go on.
CMA just didn't like the cloud thing. They can literally
Yeah,
just close over if they need to.
exactly.
So the thing is that they'll close over and they'll have the trial and the hearing, and they'll spin off where they need to and just run things as they are now. Probably. The fact that it's the US and the UK of all places, because everyone else is like, we're done.
Yeah, well, that's the funniest thing. I think Lulu was the one that brought it up earlier, saying things like the world's most formidable gaming companies are based in Asia, and yet their home countries are allowing American companies to compete on a fair playing field, where regulators everywhere else seem to be helping market leaders enshrine their dominance.
Yep,
It's a weird time.
it is a weird timeline. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat this before it gets cold.
Sounds good.
So you all
Enjoy
have
your
fun.
food.
We'll see you next week for more. Not talking about JRPGs because none have come out. So
We
maybe
will as soon as they come.
Oh yeah, Loot Baits soon. I've been so excited. When they
Yeah,
said you
it
don't have to
definitely looks
grind
good.
in it and it's all conversation based, I was like, hooks me up right in my veins. But until
You
next
fuck
time.
this shit up.
Until next.
Bye.
What are you doing?